Hello, and welcome to the first stage here at ETHBarcelona. I wanted to introduce to you Miguel Piedrafita from both WorldCoin and Constitution DAO. Come on up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, everyone. I'm here to talk about crypto being awesome, which I don't think I really have to justify or explain why that is the case. If you're here, you've seen the amazing vibe, the illustrations, you probably agree with the term at least. But it has an issue, which is that we always talk about being early, and we are early in a way. Around like 2% of the world has interacted or uses crypto on the daily. And when it comes to just like bringing that out to the rest of the world, we are kind of like hoarding all the value. All the people that got early on Bitcoin, on Ethereum, there's less of that for everyone else. And so at WorldCoin, we had a question, like what if Bitcoin has started by giving 1 Bitcoin to every human on Earth? We all agree that there's a lot of really cool stuff that you can do with crypto, with decentralization, unbanking, all of those stuff. So what if we brought that to everyone? And so we said, let's do that. Let's make a token. Let's call it the WorldCoin, and let's give it to everyone. But there's an issue there, which is the part of like how exactly do we give it to everyone? How do we make sure that each person that we want to give it to only claims once? If we have a way that someone can just get 1,000 of them, then first of all, that's not fair anymore, and also it throws the whole scheme under the water. And we are probably familiar with sybil attacks, the idea of someone pretending to be multiple people and then fucking up the whole system, whether it's with NFTs, DeFi, or whatever. So we needed a way to solve this. And we wanted something that was both private, but also inclusive, that everyone, there was not early, everyone could get in, and also scalable, if we want this to go to the whole world. And so we started thinking, what can we use for this? Maybe we can get the emails, which some people do, but for our purpose, anyone can create unlimited emails pretty much, so it doesn't really work. Then we thought, let's try with KYC. Let's ask them for the passport or the ID. The issue with that is, I mean, there's parts of the world where they don't have an ID or a passport, or there's no database to check it against. And also, aside from that, it's like pretty privacy invasive to have all that data. So we thought, maybe we can use Web of Trust, this idea of people authenticating other people. And that works great, and we think we may be able to extend WorldCoin after the initial phase with this. But the issue with that is you need like an initial trust, a big set of users that you actually trust. And starting from scratch, that doesn't work as well. And you have the problem with being early again. And so we thought about biometrics. And that seems that like it works. Every human has them. They're pretty hard to fake. So we started looking into biometrics. And we looked into fingerprints, which don't have enough entropy. They don't have enough detail to actually tell 8 billion humans apart, and also they are pretty easy to fake chains. You could make a cut on your finger. That's an entirely different fingerprint. Then we look at the face, like Face ID. That has its own set of issues, and it's still not enough data. It turns out even with a video of someone speaking to you, with voice and data recorded by like their iPhone or anything, or even a high-speed camera, there's no way, there's not enough data there to tell 8 billion humans apart, both from like an AI or even humans doing manual review. So we looked at other things. Maybe you can use the whole palm. The issue there, again, is it's pretty easy to change your palm. You can just like make a cut, and that's a new one. We look at DNA. Aside from being way creepier than the iris thing, it's also pretty expensive to compute, and the technology is not yet there, so we ended up with the iris. And at that point, we were like, OK, so we're doing the iris. How can we capture that? Maybe we can use iPhones. It turns out, again, resolution is a big issue, and we cannot. Maybe we can use off-the-shelf hardware, like the thing that Clear uses. And aside from those things being prepared for a one-to-one match, you just like verifying who you are instead of checking against a database of 8 billion humans. It's still not enough. There's still not resolution. So we were like, OK, so we have to do custom hardware. There's no way around it. And we're like, everyone is doing the hardware for their own thing. And so that took a big while. But after almost 2 years of research and implementing, we did that guy, I mean, the orb, which is this little device here. And what it does is it has a bunch of anti-fraud devices. It will make sure that you're not showing a picture of an eye to it, or a dog, or a baby, or a dead human. It will check for all of those things. Then it will scan your iris, And it will convert into an iris code, which is a way to extract the data and make it so that no one can get the information from there. So no one can just like get a picture of your eye from that in order to preserve privacy, and then register you. And so this works great because there's no images, no name, no contact info at all, and no KYC. But it's still not enough. Because after that, what we could do, for example, is say, like, this wallet is authorized. The issue then is someone may not be able to track that between the real world and the metaverse, but they can still track who you are by just like looking at different uses of the protocol. They can see like, oh, well, I don't know who he is, but he did this, and he did that, and he did that, similar to how you can go to ETHScan and check the activity for a wallet right now. And that's still not great for this kind of what we're looking for. And the system, it's quite complex in a way, but it works, which is the cool thing. So we went with that, we took that into the world, and we said, like, OK, we've made this, it kind of works, let's take it to the real world. And over the past 2 years, in various beta tests, we've been in 25 countries around the world. We've onboarded more than 600K participants with only 25 orbs, because we are making it in the lab. And we're open sourcing the thing, the crypto protocol is there, hardware will be soon, everything is great. We want to build in public, we want to decentralize, so that's all great. The thing is, we kept getting this question over and over, like, sybil resistance is really, really cool, and it enables a bunch of really awesome things. So like, this whole mess that you created with the hardware, with the orb, with the irises, with everything, how can I reuse that for my app? And so we looked at it, and we realized, actually, this thing is like really extensible. There's a lot of really cool things that you can do with it. And so we figured out a way to extend that to everyone, not only WorldCoin, and actually use that system ourselves to future-proof it. And we call that WorldID. And WorldID is a protocol to anonymously verify, without really learning anything about them at all, that someone not only is a real person, but also is performing an action only once. So for example, initially we were saying, OK, so someone is a real person and has never claimed WorldCoin. And after that, if they're a real person, but they have already claimed WorldCoin, that's it. We don't care about that. So now what you can do is, OK, so this person is a real human that has never voted in this governance proposal, or minted this NFT, or redeemed this airdrop, or even Web2 actions like join this Discord. And still, without learning anything at all with this person, they could be using a different wallet each time, even like multiple wallets, one at a time, and without doxing and without revealing anything about themselves, we can prove this. The system is quite complex. The good news is we've taken all of that, and we've made it super easy to use. We've made sure that this is all the code that you need to get something like this in your application. It literally takes 5 minutes. So what this will do is it will show one of those captchas, like I'm a unique human, where they will just add that. They scan with the WorldCoin app, and then afterwards, the app generates a proof on device, sends it to the website. The website can verify it on-chain or through an API that we provide, which also runs on-chain, but it's for people that don't want to worry about that. And you basically just like solve sybil resistance in minutes, with the caveat of, obviously, every of the users that you have being onboarded with WorldCoin, which is what we're working on now. So how that would look is you have a website like this. This is a fake airdrop that we made out as an example, and you just have the captcha there. And so people would click there. It will show up in the app, and the app would say, whatever app wants to verify that you haven't done this before, and you just click verify, and that's it. It's really, really simple. The user gets WorldID using the orb, developer integrates, user approves, everything works. And it's also super flexible. We've been talking for a while about all of the amazing things that sybil resistance can enable, better governing models, also better funding models with quadratic funding, airdrops where you don't get dumped 5 minutes before the end just because someone got a shit ton of tokens and is selling them, a bunch of really, really cool things. And all of this is live today, by the way. You can use it. And the really, really cool thing about this is everyone in crypto is always talking about getting the next billion users into crypto. And the reality is I don't even think we have a billion users in crypto. And it seems like everyone is just fighting against the same people to get users. Like there's a limited number of people in the ecosystem, which grows, but most people are just like getting the same users side to side. And so the really cool thing about WorldCoin is that we've launched in, as I said, 25 countries, third world countries, first world countries, pretty much everywhere. We were in the US for the first time 2 weeks ago. And most of these people that are in the system, these 600K users are not crypto power users. They are like regular people that went through a mall. In Lisbon, for example, we have a bunch of orbs there. Someone explained to them the idea. Obviously, we make sure that everyone actually understands what they're signing up for. And then they just like onboarded. We have a product similar to Coinbase Earn, the whole learn to earn system, where they can learn about crypto, get started in their journey, and they can get some tokens as a reward for that. But these are users that have never really used crypto that much before, and that now they can get started with that. So we are really excited to bring in all of these people into the ecosystem. We also want to give a huge shout out to a bunch of open source projects that have allowed for all of these things to work. Obviously, the orb is already enough engineering as it is, so we wanted to make sure that we didn't reinvent the wheel in a way. So we're using Semaphore, which is an open source project from the applied zero-knowledge proof team that is used to validate and manage the zero-knowledge proofs on-chain. We use Hubble, which is a rollup that was originally created by the Ethereum Foundation. Now it's maintained by the community. That basically is a rollup where you don't have smart contracts, only tokens. And so what that is obviously you cannot have anything complex there because there's no smart contracts. But what you have is really, really, really cheap token transfers, even cheaper than Polygon or either any of the other systems. And so since, again, most of our users are actually like real-world users, not crypto power people, they're going to be wanting to send tokens along, especially the WorldCoin token, once it's launched, hopefully later in the year. And so we're using Hubble, and we've been contributing back to Hubble in order to enable those people to send the token back and forth without pretty much any gas fees. And also, everyone here knows Wallet Connect. That's what powers the really magical SDK that I showed. That's a really cool thing. And we have a lot of really, the idea of this was, crypto is amazing. So let's bring crypto to everyone. And crypto has this issue of like early adopters. So how can we make sure, how can we push forward a system where we know everyone will have an equal chance? And so this is the idea of what if Bitcoin has started by just like giving one to everyone and then went from there, instead of just like a bunch of people mining a huge percent of the supply, and then now people buying fractions for seconds, or just like aping into alternative coins because they think they might get early again. And so we went and we did the device. We made the orb. This is the special purple version for obvious reasons, which first makes sure that you're real, make sure that you cannot show it an image or plug it into a screen or even use it with dead people. These are all things that we obviously have to like think about, because these things don't run in a trusted environment. We just send them over the whole world, and other people operate them in a model similar to Uber drivers in a way. So we have to make sure that no one can trick them, nor the operators, nor the users. And then what it will do is it will look at your face, look at your iris, extract the features from there, bundled up into an iris code, which is a way to just like not leak your iris around, because that's still not a good idea. An iris code is in a way similar to a hash. So even, I don't know. So a lot of people talk about what if WorldCoin gets, the government asks WorldCoin for all the data that we have. Or what if, I don't know, we have a lot of data. We have a lot of iris codes. And the key there is that those are just like long random numbers, similar to hashes. Like, obviously, biometrics are a really sensible piece of data, and our solution to that is just like put in a format that can not be reversed, so that no one can get that from us. Or that even if we have we're working on a better system of encrypting these things. I mean, hashing more than encrypting. And once we have that, we even want to put them on chain for more transparency. But for now, they're not. But yeah, basically the idea is like we have no data that anyone could want for us. So in that case, both the system is fully private, but also all of the data, every layer of the system is completely private. The only link that there will be is from your public key that you get for creating these proofs to your iris code in order to enabling recovery where you can come into the orb again, and then get a new key for the proofs, and then invalidate the old one, which is also really handy for onboarding real people that can actually lose or even get hacked. And if you get hacked, you can just come back, revoke the other one, get a new one, no problem. I mean, it's better than private keys. And then after that, we have Wallet ID, which is this protocol that we use for giving out WorldCoin to airdrop this token to the whole world, and that also enables anyone else to reach all of those users and add sybil assistance to their app in minutes. And it's private. It's completely private, anonymous even. It's self-custodial. You get a key that is stored in your phone and that you can revoke, you can get again. And it's also open source. I shared the article before. It's wallcoin.org/open sourcing Wallcoin, I think. It's on the website. But yeah, it's fully open source. You can go into the repo, read all the smart contracts, read everything. And it works for every app. It works for on-chain apps where you can verify on the smart contract. It also works with opt-in apps or even things that have nothing to do with crypto at all. One of the things that we've been building as a proof of concept is a Discord bot where, Discord already has CAPTCHAs, but they're not super effective in keeping other people down. Like, you can maybe not automate it, but you can still get 1,000 people to create 1,000 accounts. So the advantage of a CAPTCHA that you can only use once, which doesn't exist even in Web2 today, is that you can make sure every single human in this Discord server is actually a real human. It's not like someone managing 10 accounts. And so in the whole NFT and crypto space, where we've had a lot of botting and whitelist mining, whatever that means, this aims to be a fix for that. And yeah, I have a few minutes left, so if anyone has any questions, I don't know if we are prepared to take questions. But yeah, you can raise your hand. Maybe someone will come to your rescue. Otherwise, you can just come find me later. No? OK. So yeah, thank you, everyone. This is the plan. This is the orb, as I said. We want to get crypto into the hands of everyone. And that goes through actually coming where people are, real people, to the streets, to the malls, to everywhere, getting them scanned, and then afterwards.
Hi.
Oh, yeah,
I just have a quick
Amazing.
question. So, great talk, thank you. And so my question is simple. So my understanding is that we use our Harris to just get some kind of hash information, and then it's processed by Orbus, right? And this credential is somehow signed, is verified by the device, and you get a word ID.
Yeah, so basically how it works a little bit more in detail is you are going to look at the orb. The orb will take a bunch of pictures. Then it uses an in-device machine learning pipeline to transform those pictures into the iris code that I was talking about. And that iris code basically gets tied with a public key that is generated on your phone, and you just show it as a QR code. And then it will just tie those things together, send them over, and that's what that goes to a sequencer that puts the thing on chain, and that is what authorizes that public key that you are giving it giving to the orb as this actually belongs to a verified human in a way. This is, by the way, different to wallet private keys. It's a completely different key, and that's for a reason. Wallets are really complex as it is. This is a key that is only supposed to be able to generate the proofs, and that way we can enable recovery options where we can just invalidate the other one without throwing your wallet away. And it's also supposed to be usable from any wallet. Like I mentioned, this is the way that we can enable people with anons or alt accounts or even alternative identities to use the system, where I could vote on a governance proposal from my identity Miguel, and then vote on another from an alt, and there's no way for anyone to just take these two actions of voting and say these are the same person because of wallet ID if I use different wallets. The only thing that I could not do is just vote on both of them with the same identity. That would just throw an error.
Yeah, indeed. So my real question is about the security of it. So how you can be sure that this credential was processed in a valid way? So my question is if there is a single point, for example, if we tamper with the software or we have a custom hardware, because in fact you just have some data that enters a process flow, which comes from your Harris. You don't know why, it's just a black box, OK? Then it enters somewhere, and you somehow authenticate this information through a public key. So my question is, can I tamper it? Or there is one entity, one single entity, some private key that you can use to actually produce multiple signatures, multiple word IDs. So
yeah, I mean, the idea here is that your thing only gets included if the iris is actually unique. So I think what you were asking as well is, the combination of the iris code and the public key get also signed by the device, and that is stored in a secure enclave. And if you try to disassemble it, it will not let you. And I will not elaborate on that, at least for now. It will be open source eventually. But basically, the idea is like all of the attestations are signed with the orb. You can also figure out which orb, and eventually the community could just like decide this orb acted maliciously according to public information. We'll just like invalidate these signups up to this time, and then someone can just like, they can go to a different orb and sign up again. So in that way, we have enabled it in a way where people could watch, similar to optimistic rollups in a way, with maybe a little bit less data. But we can put the information from the signups anonymized up there, and someone could say, this orb is acting maliciously. They just like signed up 1,000 people in a minute, which is humanly impossible. And so we'll just like invalidate all those signups and kind of like mark the orb as malicious, and someone can just like go sign on and go register with a different orb. So we are, of course, thinking about everything that we can to make this as tamper-resistant as possible. Again, this will all be open source eventually, and we want to work with the community, both in a governance sense and also in a code sense, in order to make it more resilient. But I still think it's better than anything that we have right now, and so this is what we're launching with. Yeah, I think I'm out of time. So any other questions? My Twitter is there, and also you can just like come find me. I have purple hair. It's pretty easy to find. And yeah, thank you.
Hello and welcome to the first stage here at ETHBarcelona. I wanted to introduce you to Xiaoku Tian from Perpetual Protocol. And he's a smart contract engineer. So come on up. Thank you so much. Give him a hand.
Hello. Okay. So this talk will be about clean smart contract practices, and it will be about Solidity. So this is more of a dev talk, but it's not going to go into so many details. So clean smart contract practices basically mean that we practice clean code on smart contracts. Yeah. So my name is Xiao, and I'm from Perpetual Protocol. So let me start by introducing my sponsor of the trip. No, happens to be where I work at. Okay, so we're Perpetual Protocol. So we offer perpetual contracts, which is a type of derivative on optimism, which is a layer 2 of ETH, I believe most of you know. And our latest version, V2, is built on top of Uniswap V3. So you can actually enjoy all kinds of Uniswap v3 features on us, because we built on top of their code. Okay. And we're also recently doing some liquidity mining using Optimism token, because they recently airdropped. So we're going to give out OVOTE tokens if you want to market make on us. So if the above description interests you, then make sure to check out our website. And I will also be pasting a URL code in the end of this presentation. And I'll also be giving out the slide of this presentation, so you can wait later to get the slide. Okay, and a bit of self-introduction, and my name is Xiao, or I use the handle as TSK in our Discord channel. And I've been a smart contract engineer for about 2 years at Perp. That means I'm responsible for writing smart contracts, testing them, and thinking about what can be the potential attack vectors to our code. And I also do some front-end project management, and also did some interviews like in the past month. Basically, not right now, because the entire history is on hiring freezes. So if you'd like to talk to me about how to get a job right now, then I might not be helpful on that one. You might have to, I don't know, maybe poison someone to create some vacancies. Yeah, but that's just joking. So, but if you want to know like, what will happen in a smart contract interview, then I think I might be able to help you. And I speak Mandarin, English, and un poco español. Entonces, just un poco. Yeah, so maybe not speak to me in Spanish, maybe not. Okay. And I also write some articles on Medium. It's mostly about DeFi. So I wrote mainly about Uniswap and Perp, because Perp is built on Uniswap, so I understand Uniswap, and then I do Perp. Yeah, those two things are quite connected. And yep. So we don't got a lot of time today, so there are only 2 topics today. The first one is what's clean code, why do we care about it, and what should we do if we really want to make our code base cleaner. And the second one is our own practices at Perp that we try to make our code cleaner. And the third one is, of course, some Q&A session, if you have any questions. So, clean code. May I ask how many of you are devs? Can you perhaps raise your hand? Oh, that's quite a lot. Okay. And how many of you have ever heard of clean code, or you do practice clean code while you're writing code? Can you also raise your hand? Oh, that's quite a lot. Then, wow, definitely more than my teammates. My teammates don't care about it a lot. So this is my comfort zone right now. Okay, so then most of you might know that I think this term comes from the book Clean Code, a handbook of age of software craftsmanship. And I actually just read this in the beginning of this year. And I'm the kind of person that care about cleanness, whether it's in life or while coding. So after reading it, I thought, okay, I definitely have to persuade my teammates into practice clean code with me. But then after I shared with them, there were a lot of oppositions and positive arguments saying like, oh no, that thing is only what you care about, but not us. So that's why I say I'm in a comfort zone right now. Okay, so later I realized that it is a highly subjective and controversial topic that might only matters for those who care. So yeah, I think this is just a really common meme that we all have different definitions on what is clean and what not. And my personal opinion that our code base at Perp is somewhere in between, you know, because we're definitely not like clean yet, but neither are we that messy and dirty, because I have been the one that's maintaining the code base. Okay, so before getting into some of the suggestions from the book, I'd like to share like one of my favorite quotes from the book, which is a scouting rule. So scouts go to camp, right? They do things at camps, but an important rule for them is to make sure that the camp is cleaner before their arrival. So I think it's a really good guideline for practicing clean code, is that every time after you add some features, you modify something, you fix something, you always try to somehow make the code better and cleaner, whether it's adding some comments to help other reviewers understand something, or whether it's removing some outdated information in the code or in a comment. Yeah, so that is a guideline of my recent coding history. Yeah. Okay, so let's start with some less controversial suggestions from the book. Although I say less controversial, I still can expect some opposition. So, I mean, that's all right. I mean, we agree to disagree, just like many things in life. Okay, so let's first start with the name of variable names, function names, just generally naming. So, they also suggest that we prefer long names to short and vague names. And the idea is basically that if you can't really tell what a variable or a function is doing, then it's not really explaining a lot of things. And then why don't you just try to make the variable or function longer so that people will know instantly that what this thing is trying to do? And neither is adding comments to that short but vague function or name, a variable name, helps, because it's impossible that you paste that comment every time to every word that function or variable is used. So it's more preferable to have longer but more descriptive namings than short but vague. And of course, the ideal situation is to have short and descriptive name. We all know that it's not reality, it's ideality. Yeah. And the next one is to actively maintain your comments. So comments can be good and bad, and the key point is to maintain them. So you definitely want to just, as I mentioned, remove outdated information. Maybe it's an equation that was substituted a long time ago, then you definitely want to delete them upon seeing them. And you can also add some helpful comments, for example, warnings. So if there's a function that there's some side effects to that function, then you definitely want to add a line saying that you have to watch out for using this function because there can be side effect, and that can help the reviewer or the user to know that, okay, I have to pay extra attention to this function. So there are good and bad comments, and the key is to maintain them. Okay, so the third one is to write tests. And then I know that writing tests is highly controversial, but I'm not trying to tell you how many tests you write, to 100% of coverage that we should achieve. No, I'm just saying that we should write tests for third-party code. Because in the crypto space, or more generally in blockchain space, we often use code. Like our V2 is built on top of Uniswap V3. So it's important for us to know that what behaviors the Uniswap code is going to act, so that we know how to handle some extreme conditions, like overflow, underflow. So I'm saying that writing code for third-party code is really ideal. That assures you and aligns your knowledge with their code base. But like, neither am I suggesting like you should write tests for every line of their code. It's quite time wasting, but at least you have to know what you can expect from others' code. Okay, so these are the less controversial ones, I assume. Maybe you still find it really controversial, but let's look at the more controversial ones. So the first one is about, yeah, there's a name, MakerDAO. But I mean, for those who have picked into their code base, I believe you're going to agree with me. They have tons of weird namings like gem, earn, and like, I learned so many English vocabularies from looking into their code base. Apparently, I'm not a native speaker. So, but I actually think it's not really a bad practice because we're in this open source environment, at least in ETH ecosystem. I don't know if that's true in Solana, I don't know. But since we're in an open source environment, it's really hard to stop others from copy-pasting our code. So if you have weird namings over your code base, then copy-pasters are going to find it really hard to copy your code and then modify them and then ship that thing as their product. So I think having weird names is actually a good mode to stop copy-pasters. Yeah. So the next one is also a really controversial one, TDD, test-driven development. It's basically saying that for each line of your business logic, you must first have one or several tests covering that line of logic. So it is a really, for me, exhausting way of writing code. I'm definitely not going to do that, but I do enjoy writing a lot of tests to cover logic that are related to money, right? Because most DeFi or blockchain projects are dealing with money. So for me, I don't do that, but for some of them, they find it a really good way of shipping their code, their high-quality code. Okay. And the last one is about setter and getter. So I'll say in traditional programming, if you set a value, you might want to use another getter to get the value as a double verification, so to make sure nothing goes wrong inside the setter. However, in the blockchain venue, like more function calls mean higher gas costs. And we also have requirement in Solidity and other smart contract languages. So I'll say for me, I prefer just to use return values from setters directly instead of calling getters again to get the value. Because if we're unsure whether that setting, that behavior will succeed, then we just add a requirement to make sure it succeeds, and then we can make sure the return values from the setters are correct and will satisfy our expectation. So these are the controversial ones, so I will expect you to disagree with me, or you might want to take whether it's weird name approach or a meaningful name path. It's totally up to you. And now I'll be sharing some of our own practices that we think we kind of make our code base better. So the first one is about error message. So I believe most of you know that one of the most common thing a smart contract engineer will get into is a bytecode size limit. We see that shit like once per month. So a good practice is to make your error message shorter. And so there's an example here is that CH-PSCF. So this is our own way of having error messages. So the first part, CH, is the abbreviation of the contract file name. And in this case, it's our clearing house. And the second part is the error message itself. It's a price slippage check failed. And for those who are familiar with the code base like me, I'm familiar with those keywords so that I know P usually stands for price, S stands for maybe short or slippage, and F is the last word, so it usually describes the failure. So by knowing price, slippage, fail, I know it might have something to do with price slippage check. So I can understand this error message just from our front end without having to open my IDE. So I personally find this a really helpful trick to write short and meaningful messages. But for those who are not familiar with the code base, then of course it's not really that helpful. And the second one is not really originated from us. I think it's from Compound that we separate variables into separate files. Like you can see that if we put storages into the main contract file, we're going to have libraries and storages and functions all inside one file. But what Compound did is to separate into a storage file so that all things are clear there. And I think it's also compatible with the pattern of not having NASPAC inside the main logic file. Because if you have all the storages inside the main logic file, you inevitably have to put your NASPAC into that file, while we always put NASPAC into another interface file. So by separating storages into an independent file, we can actually have NASPAC in the practice on the right side. And it's also compatible with because at Perpetual Protocol we do upgradable contract pattern. It's a bit more centralization, but it's easier for development. And we also do, so this pattern is actually compatible with the upgradable pattern because we can see there's a vault storage V2 and V1, and it's clear that we know how many new storages we're adding to after a certain new upgrade. Okay. So the last one is input check. So input checks are quite important because we want to make sure things are within expectation. For example, we might have traders, the address of a trader, and I want to make sure that this trader does exist in my system. So a common approach across many projects is to do input check in the lowest layer so that all upper layers that call this lowest layer will have the same input check. However, a thing that is a bit annoying is that while we are reviewing these functions, these high layer functions, it's actually quite hard to know like, where exactly least check exists. So we do a bit of modification or improvement is by adding several lines of comments under the function and saying that, for example, the first maker, where's the check? It's inside the cancel access order function. So that by adding these comments, reviewers can actually know where these things are checked. And so by avoiding repetitive input checks, we can save gas, of course. That is the reason why everyone is doing that. But by adding comments, we can also save time for reviewers. And the cons is just, as I mentioned, you have to maintain it. You have to make sure it's right. Otherwise, if we thought something has been checked, but it's actually not checked, then it might have I'm not sure if it can be really grievous, but maybe. And yeah, so my reasoning is that since other projects also do input checks in the lowest layer, then by adding some comments to it, we actually make reviewers' lives easier. Okay, so that's actually all of my presentation. And do you have any questions? And you can also follow us here. Okay, thank you. And if you like the slide, you can scan it, and you can have a slide if you, I don't know what you want to do with it, whatever. Okay, that's all for me. Ciao, ciao.
Hello and welcome to the Forest stage here at ETHBarcelona. I wanted to introduce to you our now Cube from Aragon ZK Research. Okay, give him a hand.
Thank you very much. So hi, I'm from the Aragon ZK Research team and also Bogdani. And today I'm here to talk to you about like a research project that we've been working on for these past 4 months, more or less, which builds on other previous stuff that we've been researching. And the main idea is that we are building this protocol or scheme which we call OVOTE. And the idea is that it's off-chain voting with on-chain execution. And yeah, so well, we will go through these things that you see also on the top. So the main motivation of this project is that currently in Ethereum, as everybody knows now, the gas costs are very high. So it's hard for people to interact with DAOs and so on. So we have these systems where people delegate votes, or people vote in a polling system, and then others like vote on chain and so on. So for example, we have this direct on-chain voting, which is like this. I mean, people is spending tons of gas just to express their voices. Then, and the idea is that this triggers the DAO funds movement. But also we have these other schemes where like people vote on an off-chain poll, which is non-binding, and then we obtain this result, but this is not directly binded to the Ethereum smart contract. So then we need like this small subset of users, which are like the multi-sig owners of that DAO, who at the end they encode in a multi-sig the result of that off-chain polling, and they execute this on-chain through a Ethereum transaction. As you can imagine, these people can screw it into any moment, and they can censor if there is something that the community wants, but it's not aligned with their incentives. So that's why we are building this OVOTE project. So the main idea is that OVOTE is a layer 2 design for voting using validity proofs, also known as ZK rollup, or ZK snark rollups. The main idea is what I was saying, that votes are aggregated off-chain and then proved on-chain through a ZK snark proof. So what we achieve with this is that we can aggregate thousands of votes and signatures and census proofs from users into a single Ethereum transaction. So as you can imagine, this reduces a lot like the gas costs. So a bit of context here, like we started this project like 4 months ago, but we are building on research that we've been doing for the more than 1 year now in Bogdani, and we aim that this can be like a contribution to the Aragon ecosystem. Also, take in mind that this is a research project with a very specific scope, with the aim to be like a first practical step towards this future of ZK technology for voting and DAOs. But we crop it a lot the scope in order to be able to build something in few months. But we plan to keep iterating that and adding privacy and other stuff. So how it works? The main idea is that, so we have on the left, there is this triangle, this represents the census tree. Basically, you can understand this as, so you have the list of public keys and weights related to each public key, and then this is what will build the census in the shape of a Merkle tree, what we call census tree. This is happening off-chain. Then when you create a new voting process for your DAO, you send the census root to the OVOTE smart contract. Then what happens here is you create this process, so people can start sending their votes plus the signature plus the census proof to the OVOTE nodes. And then this OVOTE node is the one who will aggregate all those votes and generate a valid ZK snark proof that, as we will see later, this proves that everything is computed correctly and the result, the climate result is correct. Then this is sent to the smart contract on Ethereum. And just with this single transaction containing the ZK proof, the smart contract can verify this. And if everything is fine, this means that all the votes that are computed for this result are the correct ones for valid users. So this can trigger execution on chain, like, and for example, moving the DAO funds or whatever. Then, so how this census works? We are using the same census that we've been using in the past in Bogdoni, and we are using like the same cryptographic primitives that we had in Aiden 3 and also in Hermes. So this Merkle tree is a sparse binary Merkle tree, where basically the idea is that we place on the leaves like the public key and the weight of each eligible voter. So then we can prove through the Merkle proof that a certain user belongs to the census. So how the flow works more or less. First of all, we have this census and process creation phase, where all the users, they generate new public and private keys, and they send the public key to the organizer. The organizer then will take all these keys and will build the census, as we have seen the Merkle tree, the census tree. And once everything is ready, the organizer can send an Ethereum transaction to the smart contract to create the new process, where the organizer specifies like the Merkle root, but also like a transaction hash and other stuff. The transaction hash is the hash of the transaction that this new process aims to execute if everything goes well. Then, once the process has been created, we enter to the votes casting phase. The idea here is that the voters, they first get the siblings. The siblings is like the Merkle proof. So also then they sign their vote option, and they send the vote plus the public key, the weight, and the census proof, and the signature to the OVOTE node. Then, after the OVOTE node gathers enough proofs and votes, the OVOTE node will generate the ZK snark proof, and then anyone, any user, can claim or retrieve these results plus the ZK snark proof, and then anyone can send this proof to the Ethereum smart contract, which will verify the correct computation of everything, and if everything is fine, we'll execute the on-chain configured transaction and moving funds or whatever. So here, like a little bit of like how this timeline looks. So this is like the line of the smart contract block timeline, let's say. Then, so at the first moment, we have that the organizer sends an Ethereum transaction containing this data, like the transaction hash, census root, census size, minimum of participation. This is the threshold of how many voters you need to have these results accepted. And also important here, like the results publishing start block and also results publishing window. This is, as you see, from the block N and to the block N plus W. This is the window of time where any OVOTE node can send a valid ZK snark proof claiming a specific result. So as soon as we are in the multisig mode, as soon as there is a valid proof that claims a result that has enough support, then this will be verified and trigger on-chain transaction. We have another mode that it's a bit more complex. Later you can check the full document that we have online, but the idea is that this is more like a referendum mode, where the idea is that you're not taking into account only that you have enough support. You want also to balance on how many users are voting no and how many users are voting yes, like a referendum. So for example, let's say that you have like 1,000 users, and you set a threshold of minimum participation of 100 users out of this 1,000. Then if there is like 100 users voting yes and 50 voting no, then it's a yes at the end, so this will trigger transactions. But in this case, if later appears as another ZK proof, proving a result that is like, let's say, 100 positive votes, but then 300 negative votes, in the overall percentage, this will not pass. Sorry. It's a bit more complex to explain, sorry, but we have this well explained into the document that later I will link. But yeah, just take in mind that there are two modes, like the multi-sig mode and referendum mode, and so you can combine these into different kinds of voting processes. Then the results publication. The idea is that you can have multiple nodes. So if there is a node that is acting in a bad behavior, it's censoring votes or whatever, you could still, like, people could organize and vote through another node, which will gather and act honestly. So it's fine if there is one node that it's not acting honestly. Also, like, just to put some numbers, like the current snark proof verification, it takes like 262K of gas. And then the full results publication for the multi-sig mode, it takes like 400, but then the referendum mode, it takes like almost 1,000K, so 1 million. Then, okay, like the circuit. This is a bit tricky, but the main idea is that the circuit ensures the ZK proof, the circuit through the ZK proof ensures the correct result computation. So the idea here is that the circuit is ensuring and checking that each vote that is included on the proof and computed for the final result, each vote is signed by a valid public key, and this by a valid private key, and this private key, its assigned public key is on the Merkle tree with a specific weight, and this is under the census root of the census tree. So the main idea is that we are ensuring through the circuit that everyone who is voting has the right to vote, and also we are balancing with the weight of the public key, and also that everything is fine, that there are no votes repeated, and so on. In the documentation, it's more extended, so you can check it there also. Then, regarding properties. So this is the properties that we have for this current design iteration, which is the first one, but we aim to keep iterating this and doing newer designs and so on. But basically what we have now is this universal verifiability, also unforgivability, trustless, and binding execution. This is what we were aiming for, like to have this big scalability, but on the same time having this trustless system with binding execution that can trigger on-chain transactions. Then also, because of that, we have this off-chain gasless voting. So the idea is that we can aggregate thousands of votes, like let's say 10,000 votes in a single Ethereum transaction. So you can do numbers and see like how we are saving big numbers on gas costs and so on. So we have this scalability. And also because of the census is built off-chain, we have this chain agnostic census. So you could have your DAO with a specific census, and then you could use this census in Ethereum mainnet or also in Polygon or in any other chain. The main idea is that in order to verify the ZK snark proofs, we need to compute pairings on chain. So all the EVM like chains, they have this, and probably for some Cosmos networks also. Then, okay, properties that we are not covering here, but we aim to cover in the next months and years in future design iterations. So there is no voter privacy. This is very important, but so for this first iteration, we focus it into high scalability, but next thing is privacy. Also, no token-based voting, but also it's not on the scope, but we understand that most of DAOs are based on this model, so it's something that we look into the future for that. Also, we are not currently, we cannot aggregate different results of different OVOTE nodes. This is something that we will also like to go for. Then what we are using, so basically we are using the Item 3 stack, like the Circom, Snark.js, Rapid Snark, and so on. So big thanks to Jordi Bailina for that. Also, we use a custom implementation of a compatible Merkle tree that we have, which is Arbo. Arbo is tree in Esperanto. So it's a Merkle tree that parallelizes by CPU. So it's like quite fast, but it's compatible with the Circom stack also. Then this is not just like a idea design project. It's also like we did an actual implementation of this. So we have the circuits, the smart contracts, also the OVOTE node, and then a small client lib to generate like the public keys and to sign and so on. So you can go and check all this code. Then, okay, direct use cases of this first iteration. So we have, as we saw, the multi-sig on-chain results, but also we have the off-chain referendum with on-chain results. So these two modalities. And then as an extra, because of the characteristic of this census that we are using, which is the same that we use in Bogdoni, in the blockchain, so this census allows us also to use it for on-chain anonymous voting. This is what we have already in the Bogdoni chain, but we could use also this for an Ethereum smart contract and so on, but it's expensive to verify each user proof. That's why, for the moment, we are focusing into the scalability, but then we aim in the future to iterate this and also have privacy. Then future research. Okay, one thing that we have as the next thing to look at is this OVOTE DAO. The main idea is that currently, as we saw, the census is built off-chain, and so this organizer needs to gather the public keys of the people. The idea here will be that people can deposit money to the smart contract, and while doing this, they are also sending the public key, so then the smart contract can be building live on-chain this census tree with the weights based on the amount of money deposited by the users of the DAO. So then at the end, what we have is like this live on-chain census tree based on the deposits of people on the DAO. So then these people can go and vote through the OVOTE design and decide what to do with this money that all of them are gathering together. This is something that we are looking for to build. We just need to build a smart contract, but the rest is like what we already have. Then, as a future, more mid and long-term research, we have this proof recursion, ring signatures inside the SNARK circuit. Ring signatures is what Monero is using, and the idea is that we can have also anonymity inside the circuit. So we could have this high scalability, but on the same time having the privacy and so on. Also, Ethereum storage proofs and Ethereum signatures, this will allow us to prove inside the circuit like a census based on the current state of Ethereum. So you have some tokens in the Ethereum chain, so you could prove this directly without any intermediate step. Also, like we look forward into like research on results aggregation from different nodes, and also like other proving systems other than Graph 16, which is the current one that we're using, such as Plonk and Hello 2 and so on. So then that's all. As a main takeaway, we built this in these last months, and the idea is that this is a research project, but with the aim to be close to the to a final product that we can build and so on. The main idea is that you can think of this as a ZK rollup, but for voting. So we have this high scalability that ZK rollups has, thanks to the use of ZK snarks. And then the main idea is that the votes are aggregated off-chain and then proved on-chain through a single Ethereum transaction, which contains the snark proof. So we can scale up to thousands of users through a single Ethereum transaction, so reducing massively like the gas costs. So if you want to check more details, like this QR code, but also like this URL, is the PDF, like the paper, the technical document that we have now on draft, which explains this and more stuff more in detail and more extended. So if you are interested, just check it out. And yeah, so I don't know if there is questions or comments. I mean, I see here that we have 3 minutes, but maybe I rushed it too much. So. Sorry. Good question. So the question is if we could add token-based voting using this weight of the Merkle trees. Absolutely. That's the main idea. But the thing is that currently with this first design, if somebody does this, everyone else needs to check that everything is well computed, like that the person who, or the entity who is computing this Merkle tree with the weights based on the token holdings is acting well and is not adding fake users or fake token holders. But if everything is fine, then yes. We aim for these future iterations to have this in an automated way so that who builds the census tree is the smart contract itself. So then we don't need this human interaction in the middle that as at the end, if there is a human interaction at some point, other people need to check it. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
You said the nodes can censor some of the votes. Can they censor? You said the nodes can censor some of the votes. Can they censor it by the address, or can they censor it by the vote, like no or yes?
They could do both, But the idea is that if this happens, like users can still, like you go to the front end and then you could send your vote to multiple nodes. So if there is this bad actor node, you can still, like the rest of nodes, the first one who gathers enough support to trigger the transaction will generate the proof, and anybody can send this proof on chain. So that will prevent this censorship attempt. Yeah, but good point.
So one question I have is, you mentioned the weight can be calculated, for example, based on the token. So is it going to be like something generic that, for example, we can have a smart contract that gives you a number, and at some point is the number of tokens, but in some more complicated cases, it could be, based on whatever we want to put in the smart contract. So it is still trustless, but it gives flexibility. Is that something that you're thinking, or just going to be tokens?
Yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely. The idea is that to have this as I think, very flexible. So yes, this will fit very well. Also, like for the first, so we have this for this first iteration. Then we aim for a second iteration where we add this smart contract that builds the census on chain. But then from here, yeah, I mean, also one thing that somebody asked us was that if we could, when we go for this privacy thing, so there is the privacy of users, but also the privacy of the DAO itself. Maybe you know what happened with the constitutional DAO, that they tried to buy in an auction through a DAO, like a piece of the constitution. So what happened there was that there was a lawyer firm who they knew how much money the DAO had to bet. So they could go a bit higher, and they knew that the DAO could not answer that. So if we can have a system where the DAO can also not show publicly how much money they have, this also is something to look at. So yeah, all these things, we aim to keep doing this kind of research and iterating, and yeah, and privacy is important, and also like this flexibility and composability, for sure. So, okay, so I see, I'm sorry, with the focus I don't see anything. I saw a hand, I think, but okay, no, false alarm. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Forest stage here at ETHBarcelona. I wanted to introduce you guys to it's a panel today that is being moderated by Oliver Hoare, and this is with Bogdan Habic from Tenderly, Dima Borin from Hacken, and Munir Jalal from Certic. So as you can see, they're all barefoot, and this might be one of the first times you see, I guess, an InfoSec panel with barefoot people. So welcome.
Nice. It is very nice. Aha, it's already on.
Hello.
Still want to know who's going to get this one.
Yes, thank you for having us. I'm really excited to host the security panel because it's something we think it's immensely important for mainstream adoption. Probably together with UX, it's like the most important point. The mainstream media knows our industry mainly because of big hacks, so I think we have to work together in changing that. So maybe we just start off, if you can introduce like what you're doing quickly and like what is your focus. So Dima, please.
Hi, my name is Dima. I'm from Ukraine. My role is CEO of cybersecurity company Hacken. We're in the industry from 2017. We are around like almost 100 people. Now we live in Lisbon because of the war. We do quite a lot of smart contract audits, L1 audits. We do a lot of penetration tests. We are probably the biggest cryptocurrency exchanges security auditor. We have own bug bounty, a lot of stuff. We love cybersecurity, we love Web3. Happy to be here.
Thanks. So Bogdan, please.
Cool. Hi everyone, my name is Bogdan. I'm actually filling in here for a person, so you might feel rugged that you're not seeing that person instead of me. So I'm the co-founder and CTO of Tenderly, which is a developer tool platform where you have debugging, profiling, and maybe most relevant to this conversation, monitoring, alerting, and then simulations of like what would happen if I do this now. I can talk a lot about security, although don't listen to any of my advice, financial or security.
All right, Munir.
How do I follow that? Don't listen to his advice. My name is Munir Jalal. I'm the VP of Marketing for Certic. We're a company that was founded in 2018. We're about 300 to 400 people in total. We do a lot of Web3 security, from auditing to on-chain monitoring, KYC. We've probably audited like 4,000 projects total. We're pretty much worldwide out there. Yeah, great to be here.
Thank you. So what we want you to take away from the panel today is like getting a feeling of what you have to do to make your project more secure. And in the first section, we want to talk about what is the current state of security in Web3. So Dima, could you maybe give us some insights, like what is the risk for projects right now in terms of hacks, scams, like what kind of incidents are happening currently?
Sure, so the whole situation is bad. And unfortunately, it's not becoming like better as we expect. We have one research product called CR.live, where we analyze like CoinGecko top 2000, every project, what is their security status. So we are checking whether the project have the smart contract audit. Is this audit the same as the code deployed? Are the critical vulnerabilities fixed? Does this project have a product? Does this product have a pen test? Does the whole thing has a bug bounty? And on top of it, if all this thing has insurance. So out of 2,000 projects, only 3% have all the thing. Some other interesting data is that 30% of the critical vulnerabilities in the audit reports are not fixed. And around 28% of the projects deploy different code from the one that was audited. So basically, the status is quite bad, and I think what is important is to speak loudly about it and ask people to like promote like critical set of minds to project founders about the security.
Great, thank you.
So Munir, if you look at the data currently about the incidents happening, do you feel like we're getting more secure or even like less secure over time?
Interesting question. Let me start by talking about the amount lost last year, 2021. Total, $1.3 billion. It's July. Anybody want to guess how much we've lost so far?
Do we count Luna?
We count it all. Over $2 billion so far. Is security important? I hope so. A little bit of context. So in terms of the projects that we audit, actually if you go to certic.com, we do a yearly report plus a quarterly report and talk about the state of union on the types of vulnerabilities that are out there, anywhere from hacks, flash loans, to rug pulls, the entire thing. And we do a lot of statistics around what's going on. Generally, what we see is a lot of it's centralization issues. Projects get going, and then they leave a lot of centralization, privilege access issues left open, where somebody can come in and exploit that privilege access. Giving super user access to one point and one person, right? We see a lot of that. Some of these are a little bit more complex in terms of code, as in code that should have been written in a more secure way, and it's up to developers to understand what does secure coding really mean. And so my philosophy, okay, audit is important, but it starts way earlier. It's about developers understanding how to secure code and code securely. And just understanding the best practices of how to do that. So yeah, it's getting worse. 6 months in here, we're at over $2 billion. So is security important? Yes, it is.
Thank you. So Botkan, what are the current trends in Web3 security? I think we see like some new technologies coming in. Can you maybe enlighten us what you see as new trends?
Yeah, sure. It's interesting how this space is probably going to crap with the security that somehow the community felt the need to gather around and do things in a decentralized way. So I really like how decentralized bug bounty programs and everything else is kind of popping up. They have been a thing for like 2 or 3 years, but I guess people found out more eyes on the thing are much more important because security through obscurity isn't even a thing in this space at all. Another thing that I like and I have been very vocal about for the last 4 years is auditors starting to have skin in the game. I think it's a very important thing because it's very strange coming from a Web 2.0 world and worked at a large corporation that auditors aren't liable when something bad happens, and now that is slowly but surely starting to change. I know that we had reputation as a main thing, which I'm quite sure is good, but having skin in the game, I think, shows that they care in that sense. Sorry for referring you to you guys. Yeah, that, and also, I mean, decentralized insurance has been a thing for a couple of years now, but I think people now understood that at least right now it's normal to get hacked. I think it shouldn't be a normal thing, but right now it's a standard Monday is $10 million plus dollars lost in the protocol. So decentralized insurance to at least save some of your personal money or the protocol's money if something bad happens.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah. Well, I think we're quite far away from these trends, to be honest. Yeah. Can you name at least one auditor who is putting their skin in the game?
Talking about the thing.
Talking, yeah. Talking, yes.
But 2 years ago, we didn't even talk about it. I think that's the thing.
Decentralized insurance also, I don't know if it works. Like if there are some protocols that's like you can put their tokens to insure something, okay, maybe yes, but still we're quite far away from it.
No, I'm quite sure we're far. It's more of, I mean, this conversation wasn't happening 2 years ago. So in that sense, we are moving in some
I think I agree with that sentiment. I think it probably is a bit more further along, probably 5 years, where if you said audit to somebody 5 years ago, they would say, oh yeah, that's a checkbox thing I need to do, right?
Yeah.
Now it's become an almost mandatory thing. You consider the cost of audit. Let's put numbers down right now, $20,000, $30,000, right? Compared to the impact of a hack. Let's look at the last one, right? Ronin, $625 million, plus the publicity, loss of brand, tarnish of brand that company had. I mean, you think about that, right? It's now a mandatory thing to have it. It's not a checkbox, it's a requirement to have it. These hacks are just shocking, and it's numbing to see them happening, $10 million, but it's now a realization you have to do something about it. It's not about just saying, oh yeah, I need to do that, it's a checkbox. It's a requirement because these hacks are huge. I mean, they are massive in nature.
So maybe let's talk quickly about what is actually an audit, because
yeah, this is very important.
Yeah, you're very heated about this. I'm curious about your answer, Dima. What is an audit?
Yeah. So that's why I was telling you, is because putting the skin in the game probably should be in a little bit different angle. The word audit is like the word bank. It is in Web2. It is very strong word, and you cannot use it without doing certain things in according to audit methodology for financial statements. And if you don't do all the things, you are doing review or assurance engagement. And in our case, audit, what we do the which we are checking the smart contract for mistakes. But do we check if there is Ponzi scheme inside the code? Do we check that there is liquidity after the deployment that can be rug pulled? Do we check that of course, Certic started the trend for KYC, and thank you so much. I hope KYC to be like the standard of the industry. But do we check certain, supply, like if it's the same as tokenomics in PDF, the same that they do after the deployment? So I think in order to call ourselves auditors, we need to improve our reports by a lot, and this is something that industry leaders should speak, discuss, and raise the bar for the number of procedures that the project needs to go through in order to receive an audit report.
I think there's one thing for sure, though. We are actually auditors, we're not remediators.
Can you go further on that?
When we talk about auditing, we talk about recommendations to fix. At the end of the day, if you don't fix those problems, it's on you, right? And there has been situations where not everything is fixed. There are vendors that audit and say, these are issues you need to fix. Sure, I'll fix these and I'll leave these behind. So auditing is a process where in the Web3 world, we expose vulnerabilities. We talk about getting your project secure, but it's up to you to secure your project. If you don't fix those problems, the impact comes later on, right? So, and all sorts of other things can happen. You can fix code, change code later on, and if you're not continuously scanning, checking code for changes, you're going to have impact down the road. So auditing is not a one-time thing either. Auditing just doesn't happen and you're good, right? And you can go celebrate. You make changes, you migrate, you do another contract, you need to audit again. But it's still onus onto the project owners to make sure that they fix those issues after they get audited.
I think it's actually much harder, sorry for getting in, but it's actually much harder to be an auditor. Keep in mind, I'm not an auditor, so this is like from an external view, but much harder to be an auditor in Web3 than in Web2, because in Web2, I remember I was interacting with a lot of auditors due to the nature of my backend work then. And again, it was like code and exploits and different things, but now we have financial instruments as a primitive inside of the languages themselves. I mean, there isn't a thing such as a flash loan or something similar to that. So I think your job is actually much harder right now because you need to test out the economic aspect of it and all those things as well.
I think the impact is greater between Web2. I can talk as I did Web2 as well. So, the difference between an exploit of a website, sure, stealing credentials, there's an impact for that, right? But the fact that you're exploiting Web3, example for DeFi, where you're exfiltrating or exploiting some functionality that's to do with, say, with a minting function, has greater impact than it does, potentially in most cases, does than Web2. So, yeah, auditing is important, but I think it's more the case that the impact of it is greater.
Okay, so for the next section, we want to be a little bit more practical and talk about what teams have to do in order to be secure. So Munir, maybe could give you a run-up on what should a team do, what are the check and balances and tools they should use to be secure?
Well, Damo and I would both tell you need an audit, but that's not where it starts, actually. It starts way earlier, and irrespective of an audit, teams should understand how to code securely. They should understand the principles of coding securely. You know, doing reviews properly, looking at specifications of the code, understanding what it means, the impacts of the code itself. Having an independent security team, that helps a lot of the time. As somebody that can come in, typically like a blue team who actually looks at the threat landscape for that code, understands the impact of it, and actually can work with the development team to say, you know, based off our assessment, this here can have an impact, or there's a vulnerability. That's still way early. That's still way early in the development cycle. So looking at specifications, secure code, coding securely, being educated about security issues around code, that's easily done without even doing an audit. And finally, of course, when all that's done, the gate is really the audit, making sure that once you go out, before you go out, do your audit.
Does it stop at the audit, or what is else?
It doesn't stop at the audit. So having your audit is the first point of kind of crossing that gate, but you could decide to fix things later or change code and then decide to, you know, not audit again, or you can decide to create a new smart contract, right? It's only on to you to come back and do the audit again. Beyond that, once you launch, and this is where Certic has that aspect of the full life cycle. Once you launch, there is on-chain analytics, being able to look at anomalies that are happening around the project, you know, unusual, suspicious activity with the liquidity of your project, negative sentiments that are happening on your project. People are talking badly about it. Continuous assessment, which I mentioned before, is being able to continuously scan, making sure that your code hasn't changed. So once you launch, there's still activity that your project can be vulnerable, can be exploited down the road. And so that's the full life cycle.
So Dima, we have like insurance, we have bug bounties, we have like audits. Like if I am a team new to Web3, what do I need from that and when do I need it?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to add to certain practical tips. So there is two things. So there is SDLC framework, Secure Development Lifecycle, which means that at every stage of the product development, you should save some time to be critical and run your code that you just wrote, what can go wrong. Identify all the most risky aspects and try to test it like 5 hours, 6 hours, but save this time. And the second very important thing is to keep very proper documentation. And if you're a CEO of the project, if you don't code, at least push your team to maintain proper documentation of what they wrote and what these functions should execute. It's not just like best practice, it's also will help you to run efficient audit, because auditors are also people, you know, and if they quote you, we're gonna do this audit for 2 weeks, it will take them like 3-4 days just to understand what you wrote if you don't have proper documentation. So like having the proper documentation, it will also allow auditors to do a better job. If we speak about bug bounties and insurers, yeah, bug bounty is a must thing for every project right now. Unfortunately, again, we don't have at CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, like tick boxes like who has bug bounty, who doesn't. I think this is something that needs to be fixed, because if the project doesn't have a bug bounty, it's like a call to hacker to, you know, to punish this project. So it's a must thing. And if we speak about insurance, to be honest, I still didn't see any good product that the project can, where the project can insure themselves. For example, insurers, they it's a community who is making a contribution now with the money, and if something happens, they receive money back. But it's so hard to evaluate the risks, and it's so hard to pledge big amounts in order to cover those risks. So I think we are quite far away from proper insurance protocols right now.
So Botgun, if a Web2 team comes into Web3, what is your advice?
Sure. Yeah, that didn't help. No, it's okay. Yeah, so coming into this space, I'm guessing, again, I have been very vocal about, for some reason, people are okay with building toys in this space because it's a very young space. I think understanding what Munir and Dima are saying, that here the damage is much bigger, is actually the first step coming into the space, even though it's quite new. I think monitoring and alerting are also extremely important. So definitely getting educated, getting audited, and after the fact, I mean, one of the things that Munir talked about, Auditing, seeing the sentiments and how things are happening there. I also think using the fact that blockchain has all of the information readily available, you can actually do something which isn't that easy in Web2, which is actually checking if your system is in the state that you expect it to, because you have block times happening. So if you have a block of every 14 seconds, you can use the fact that you have 14 seconds to discover if that's exactly the state you are thinking that you should be in or not. So we do see a lot of users actually writing like I don't know, the TVL should never change like this, or the last XYZ transfer should never happen like this. So outlier detections and a bunch of different things. It's very hard for this to give concrete advice because I think it's very specific to each project, what you're doing, and like for different financial instruments, it's going to be a different thing. But I think monitoring alerting is one, and also starting early to interact with auditors.
Mm-hmm. I think monitoring alerting is the next big thing, and yeah, like Ronin hack. Yeah, 4 days they didn't realize that they were hacked. Yeah. So I think like all security companies right now are going into this industry, and they are building tools to efficiently monitor, not from security perspective, the smart contracts for their users, but also providing some certain other, like Google Analytics style information to CEO and founders, what is happening with their smart contract.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, for example, the mempool, how much information there is there. Now with flashbots and other map things, I think it's harder to prevent a hack because there was a point where you could front run someone trying to hack you and try to save the funds. So proactive monitoring in the sense of front-running someone else it's hard to achieve right now because hackers just won't put it in the public mempool. But thinking about those heuristics that you can use to maybe even pause something automatically just in case, because it's better to have the withdrawals stopped or deposits stopped than getting hacked for $100 million. So
yeah, this is a very important point because a lot of auditors are putting like a risk factor if the smart contract has this pausing or routing that can withdraw the liquidity. But from the other side, my personal opinion that this should be kind of industry standard because in fact it is possible to prevent if you see that suspicious wallets or suspicious activity started to interact with your smart contract, like pause it. Yeah, so like prevent it.
You want like a withdrawal stop which can be activated by the team in the core protocol they are developing?
The smart contracts, in my opinion, should have a function to automatically pause the whole operations.
And how is that going together with decentralization?
Exactly. It doesn't go.
I think that's the problem we're seeing.
But it saves money.
In an ideal world, everything is Web3, right? But it's not. There's interconnects to Web2. You know, I think we've seen a lot of examples in the last couple of months of Discord servers being compromised, right? And you know, a lot of phishing attacks that have led through to good old Web2 hacks, right? Or stuff that we've known about. But that's the reality, is it's not Web3 only. There is this Web 2.5 phenomena where interconnects are happening in, whether it's a wallet or it's a Discord server or a marketplace for an NFT. that is the starting point for hacks, where it's making people understand and think that it's not just relying on the security of a blockchain. It's actually the fundamentals outside of that. It's stuff that is to do with, access, permissions, access management. It's just stuff to do with, being able to put in the right infrastructure and security control points around your marketplace, or multi-sig around your wallets. These are things that are just fundamental that stretch way beyond Web3. And so I think, there's a melting point happening between Web2 and Web3, and it's about not just understanding the code, but understanding how, the blockchain's interacting with Web2 interconnects into the whole system.
So I guess we are like on two different scales. So one is maybe like decentralization and security, and one is maybe UX and security. Do you feel like it's like a trade-off, or can we have like the best UX and the highest security and the most decentralization and the highest security?
That's a great question. I think, on one side, you've got this idea of like how can I make this UI easy for somebody to just get in there and transact on their wallet? Let me just give them 12, phrases they have to type in, which is like, who does that, right? I just phone up my father and ask him to do that. He'd probably laugh at me, right? And so how do you get people to move into Web3 when it's hard and the experience is hard? You're trying to make it simple and easier, but at the same time, you got the opposite of all that pushing, which is security against it, and saying, well, you need to do these things. I think it's a balance. It really is a circumstance you have to think about. How do you get people adopting Web3 and the whole ecosystem, but make it seamless with security at the same time? And that's the beauty, that's the challenge we have to think about.
I want to...
Yes, please.
I want to say unpopular thing, but guys, we don't have decentralization in our industry from the word at all. If we talk about front running, Pancake swap is a joke, because it can be fixed so easily, but they keep having front runs all the time, and it can be fixed at Pancake swap site, it can be fixed at BSC network validator site, but all right, it's a joke in any case. There is no decentralization. But there is also, unfortunately, no decentralization in Ether. The centralization is within the mining pools right now. And unfortunately, we know a lot of cases when the front running and sniping of the liquidity was done in tight cooperation with mining pools. And this is something that, again, is not fixed. Hopefully, it can be fixed when we will have ETH 2.0. But right now, let's don't keep asking the question, where is decentralization?
So you feel like the MEV topic is not properly addressed right now?
Absolutely, absolutely, and we are not even. I don't know why people are not discussing it. We know the facts. The snipers are, especially when there were new pools, new liquidity at Uniswap, snipers were taking this liquidity in cooperation with mining pools. We know it for sure. We know names. I don't want to tell them, but who is in ETH secure group probably knows this as well.
Yeah, I would just like to connect to this. If we remember why MEV started as a thing, it was because of the gas wars on-chain for arbitrage bots. And then it became into this situation of this is why we can't have nice things, where people started misusing it for sandwiching and all the other fun stuff that you can do with the private mempool. And I do agree that we're still not nearly decentralized as we should. And I think cautiously decentralizing the thing that you're building should probably be the case. Coming back to the pause thing, I also am a huge supporter of having a pause. And again, everything, there's multiple shades of gray for everything. So for example, for a pause, you can have a system automatically schedule a pause in 2 minutes. That's the centralized part. But then again, that will probably save funds. And then in a decentralized way, people can vote very quickly. I mean, because that's like red alert that, okay, we should probably pause. And coming back to finally to the UX side of things, I mean, UX is still crap compared to Web2. I mean, it's much better than 3 or 4 years ago, but it's still very bad. And I don't like people using user experience as an excuse for not doing security, because it's still not good user experience. It's and you don't have the security aspect of it as well. I would much more gladly have my funds locked for like a day than my funds lost. So.
Good that we...
yeah, it's good, yeah. That's where we're sitting next to each other, yeah.
So I want now to spin the conversation to something that is for us very important in HATS, and that's how does the community participate in the security question? And I think the first question for that is the degens still the most common archetype of users, or are we seeing some community coming in that is more security oriented and demands more security from the project? Maybe Botgan, you can kick it off.
Yeah, I think having a token kind of makes you into a public company because you have multiple stakeholders suddenly participating in the thing. I think we did a very bad job of persuading people security is important because we didn't explain it to them, but we lost billions of dollars, and that's why they started to care. So I think it's a very wrong way to educate someone on something, in a very expensive way, by the way. I think like Web3 has the most expensive marketing budget, if you count hacks into that marketing budget, basically. So in that sense, I think yes, community really, I mean, people are now talking much more like, is this thing audited? CoinGecko added all of the checkboxes that you can check there, who I don't know if a lot of people check. But I think community members are now requesting for things to be at least a bit secure. 4 years ago when we started, it was normal not to have a verified contract, by the way. Now you must have a verified contract if you want to have like non-crap users on your protocol. Sorry for swearing, by the way, this is my personality, yeah.
So, Munir, so we are seeing like these kind of protocols where like decentral backbone is like what we are doing, and then decentral insurance where like the community can come in and as well underwrite insurance and like increase security budgets. Do you see that this is a trend that will stick and will continue to grow, that the community as part of a DAO, they don't only want to maybe vote on economic incentives and such, but they as well want to have a saying in the security discussion?
I think it's already happening. Community are already doing their own research on projects and making the conclusion whether they want to invest in a project. You know, probably about a year or two ago, it was only about auditing. Now you can get projects audited, have a great experience and low risk, and find out the founders are, you know, fraudulent hacker, scammers, and that's why KYC now has become important. Now we do background checks on people so they don't go rug pull later on. But it still comes back to the community being able to give them visibly in a transparent way the conclusion of what is trustable, right? And trust comes in many shapes or forms in terms of risk to the code, risk to the founders, risk of, you know, stuff down the road where the code is changed. So I think, yeah, I mean, I think the consumer has a big role to play in it, and down the road they can have a more controlled role making decisions around what is secure and not secure.
Unfortunately, again, I have bad news. Yeah, so hacking, we also have community, and we try to educate them. We push some educational thing, and we had one small project called Hacking Scout, and this is with which we wanted to do this research over this 2000 token security landscape, and we were rewarding our community to go and search information about like all this that I was counting, smart contract penetration test, like the verify the code and blah, blah, blah. And unfortunately, like we put a lot of efforts. Unfortunately, there were like maybe 60 to 80 people who were submitting information, and the quality of that information was not very good. So don't expect that community will contribute, even like for good money, that they will contribute quality information. So after they created a decent base, but then when we were rechecking information for every project, like there were so many mistakes. So unfortunately, like don't overestimate the power of community if you want to do security research.
I don't think it's entirely a community decision. I think it's part of the ingredients that makes up the entire contribution of what risk is. Even at CERTIC, we ask the community, we ask actually generally people who land on the project to say, do you believe this is secure? It's not the conclusive de facto result, but it's, it's no different to bug bounties, like getting people that are ethical hackers to be able to help. To me, it's still a community, but it's not conclusive as to one thing. It's part of the entire definition of what risk is to that project. In the same way that we've introduced KYC, it's now another element of risk that defines the entire definition of what risk is. So I think community does play a part. It's not the only part, but it will play a part in general going down the road.
So one example I see, for example, you as well, you put out these risk ratings for the different platforms. And I think it has to be separated, right? There's always these professionals that are doing the risk assessments, but then there's someone on the other side who's consuming that information.
Bingo.
And what do you feel like the ratings you're putting out? Are people like looking at it, they think it's interesting, and they demand more information about security?
I would say in this bear market, it's less important for the community to see if the project have a score of 60% or 80%, unfortunately. But it doesn't mean that we should not keep creating ratings and pushing them on the front page of CoinGecko and CoinMarketCap. We should continue to do it. And eventually, there will be a time when community will demand from the project to improve their security rankings at like such platforms as Certic or Cer.live. But we are not there. They are more interested on token price, on the TVL, on trading activity and exchanges. So
all right.
This is relative.
So the last couple of minutes I want to spend with you to explore tools that are very specific for Web3. So maybe Botgan, can you tell us a little bit about simulations you can do in regards of your smart contracts?
Sure. We saw this especially with DAOs, but also a lot of DeFi projects. So the idea of having all the data readily available, especially historic data, you are in a position to be able to see what would happen if I send a transaction right now without actually submitting it on-chain. Or even better, if, for example, an auditing firm says, hey, you have a security issue here, you can go and historically change the source code and see how that thing would have behaved inside of a simulation. So I think it's very important for projects to start thinking about these things of how can I provide like a sandboxed environment for my community. I mean, first my team, then my community as well. Sandboxed environment to play around like what will happen after the upgrade. Will this thing actually do the thing that we expect it to? Because a transaction failing on-chain only spends gas and that's it. The worst thing is when you have a transaction pass, the state changes and you cannot change it ever. I mean, we remember the DAO hack as like the first famous example of that, where we literally needed to fork and created another cryptocurrency because of a smart contract situation. So that's one, and also I think for simulations, especially looking at retail, I think wallets should push for simulations being part of the experience itself. So at this point we have wallets talking about, okay, so what happens, what am I signing, what is the function I'm calling, but still it doesn't answer the question, what will that thing actually do? It's very strange. It's like you're knocking on a stranger's door, you see their last name, but you're actually not sure if they're inside or a killer. That's how I feel, by the way, when signing transactions. It's a very, very sad state of mind. But looking at that, I think wallets should push for that as well. I think that they're not accountable as much as they should be for keeping users safe, at least like in that interaction point. So I think simulations should be part of that as well.
Awesome. So Monir, we're seeing these new tools that can like auto-scan like smart contracts and find vulnerabilities. Do you feel like this will be the future and replace like manual audits completely, or is it a tool to like additionally to manual audits?
I think it's, the answer is no. I think there is complex vulnerabilities and there is standard vulnerabilities out there. There are vulnerabilities that are, you know, sort of kind of the difference between, as I think I was explaining to you, realizing this is a baseball and this is a block of cheese, right? This is way different. This is definitely a vulnerability, and there's complex vulnerabilities that will take humans, experts, that is two pieces of cheese, one is Swiss and one is cheddar, and you really need to look at it hard. I don't think automation will be completely taking over the job of the auditors. You'll always need auditors who've spent many years having audited many projects and found many vulnerabilities, to be the experts, to be able to keep up with the hackers, who, by the way, are going just as fast as what the auditors are, to be the experts. So I don't think it's going to be completely autonomous 100%, but there will be foundation easy vulnerabilities that can be automated.
QuantStamp started as the automatic scanner for vulnerabilities. Certic started as a formal verification tool, which is basically also the automatic search for the bugs. And the fact that they are doing manual audits means that we are not going to go anywhere from it. Manual audits will always be there, and yeah.
So Dima, we already scratched it, but like a new attack vector for Web3 are like these economic attack vectors, like flash loans, but as well governance attacks. Like, how should we deal with that in the future?
Interesting question, how we should deal with economic attacks. I think there should be assessment over the financial aspects of the projects, and there should be certain risk matrix that every audit project is using, while every auditor is using and publicly stating over potential economic attacks, what is the probability and what is the impact. So once again, I underline, audit reports should be improved, but it's not possible to do by one audit company, because they will be out of the market because their price is going to go up. It should be some consensus between top auditors to improve the lists of procedures in the audit report.
All right. So the last few minutes I want to spend on an outlook into the future. So Munir, what do you see for us in the future?
Craziness, more building, more mistakes. You know, what we're doing is learning. We're in a time here of building ecosystems, and we're very innovative, and we saw the same thing in Web2. As we built out Web2, the innovations came out, we made mistakes. So, like I said, last year was 1.3 billion, more than 2 billion, and halfway through the year. By the end of this year, we're probably going to be up to 3+ billion, I don't know. So a lot more mistakes for the future, but a lot more learning as well. I mean, and this is what it's all about with making mistakes. We realize what we've done as we've built new stuff, and we try and hopefully become secure as we walk along the way in building this stuff. So,
Bogdan, what do you say?
Yeah, I think I'm going to take a bit of a nihilistic approach here. I think that we will fail as a community if, like, 5 years down the road, my mom needs to look at an audit report to use a decentralized bank. At that point, we completely failed. We're all just building toys, and we just like building toys. And
I did show my mom an audit report.
Audit report. Did she understand it?
No, she didn't.
Yeah, she said, like, oh, you didn't report this one. No, so I think if we move into this, because this is a very technical space, and we saw the same thing with the dot-com boom and everything else when it was happening. It was at first for technical people, and then we made it easy for retail. I just don't feel, I wouldn't like to be in this space just to build things for other people that are currently in the space, and that's it. The space needs to grow. So again, in a couple of years, we're either going to have people not know on which network they're interacting. They won't know what the wallet is. They won't know, and I mean all of these things is a good thing. They won't know that there's a smart contract behind it. They just know that they can put their money in and not lose too much due to inflation of a certain country and all of those things. That's the value that we're bringing. We're not bringing decentralization to retail. We're bringing peace of mind, let's say like that. Or the other thing, people are just going to continue looking at CoinGecko listings, try to get the number go up and not look at audit reports. That's the worst part. So.
Totally agree, especially with the first thing. And I think a lot of companies are moving in this direction, like Coinbase, and even blockchain.com wallet is quite nice with all this user experience features, like saving the private key, not even showing the private key and automatically saving it to your cloud. I wanted to continue to speak about future of security. So in Web2 security, there was quite similar road. There were pen testing companies, like some of them were writing virus and writing antivirus, blah, 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 blah. Something is happening, and then eventually all the big companies like CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, and the other ones, they have built a product which is basically monitoring the whole IT infrastructure for a company, and the company is paying subscription for this product, and CISO, CTO, whatever, and sometimes even CEO is using this product on like a daily basis. So I think in our Web3 we are going through this same direction. So all the audit companies are building some products that are monitoring post-deployment activity of the smart contract and pausing it if needed, and preventing the hacker attacks.
Thank you very much all for your insights, and thank you, Botkan, for jumping in spontaneously. You will be as well on a panel on DAO-specific security.
Yes, so on Friday you can join us. We're going to have people from who worked on Aave seedbelt, Uniswap seedbelt, an ex-Yearn member as well, and Mudit Gupta. We're going to talk about governance proposals specifically. So how can you know that you're not going to screw over your DAO community by doing wrong things in your smart contract? So it's going to be a bit more niche than this, but yeah, please join us on Friday as well.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks.
Thanks.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to the Forest stage. We have a very special guest, Kyle Burke from Mochi. Come on up. Give him a hand.
Thank you very much, Scott. Appreciate it.
Talking about an iterative DAO element.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Super. So, hello all. My name is Kyle Burke. I'm the co-founder of a agile DAO coordination game called Mochi, where we turn agile into a staked coordination game for you and your members to play within your DAO. What we do is we encourage members to set goals, form teams, share insights, and distribute tokens autonomously. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later. What I'm here to talk about is how we evolve organizations that may very well be the future of work together. And in order to do that, I'm going to be starting by using a lot of references to the human body. And this is because I've been an athlete my whole life in high school and in university. And despite playing at such a high level, I've been dealing with pains and discomforts in my body. It's been, fairly consistent in my life for the past few years. And I've dedicated the past 5 years to studying biomechanics with functional patterns. Biomechanics is the study of the structure and function of biological organisms in order to better understand how I can get myself out of these situations, how I can get myself out of pain and discomfort. And what I've discovered over the years is that there's a lot of interesting crossover. There's a lot that we can learn by looking at organizations through the lenses of the human body. So, as you could tell, my left foot is a little bit different from my right foot. I have a collapsed arch, and my ankle tends to roll inward. And this is one of the symptoms of a greater problem within my system. So one of the first things that I want to introduce you to in relation to the body and organizations is the idea of tensegrity structures. And a tensegrity structure is actually the emerging model of how the human body is organized. Tensegrity structures, like the one you see pictured here, is comprised of both hard and soft components, elastic materials, that are very interesting because they are much more adept at adapting to stress than more rigid physical structures. And I think that this model is really interesting and something that we can learn from. The idea being for the human body that the bones in your body are not simply stacked on top of each other. They are actually floating in your body, and they are held together in place by the soft elastic tissue that is our muscles, our ligaments, our tendons, also known as the fascia network. And so I think we can learn a little bit about how this thing is structured, how we incorporate it in our own bodies, and how we might be able to learn about organizations through this thing. So again, a compression system, a compression structure is much like a brick wall that you see on the left where things are just simply stacked on top of each other. There tends to be a higher pressure in the things that are lower in the system than things that are higher in the system, where a tension structure is much more like a sailboat or like the human body, where you have opposing forces in it, right? So you have the mast that's going up, holding the sail in place, but you also have these cables that are holding the mast in place as well. And so organizations are actually kind of like this, right? Like DAOs, the main value network of DAOs is the connections between its members. It's not necessarily just the individual components, it's how they all connect and they form together. There's often, as we can see in the sailboat example, there's components that seem to act in opposition of each other, right? So you have the thing going up and the cables holding it down. In the human body, we have this as well. We have our biceps and triceps that worked in opposition to each other. If you look at how the human body is operated, you have an ankle that bends one way, a knee that bends the other way, and hips that tend to bend the other way. But this system works together with opposing forces to make a more stable structure. And I think DAOs need this as well. It's not all about having the same vision of the future or the same value system. It's about having opposing value systems that you can discuss and share together and hopefully build a more vibrant network together. So one of the things that I think is really interesting when we're talking about humans and we're talking about organizations, especially when we're referencing systems, both the human body and organizations are systems. Systems tend to have two main features. One, that they're a group of interacting or related elements. That's kind of like the interior portion. And then the exterior portion, that they are surrounded and influenced by the environment around them. And if we think about humans, if we look at the elements of the human body, what we actually find is that we're talking about systems within a system. So if we say like the muscles and the organs and the arteries are a part of what makes a human, we're actually talking about circulation system, the digestive system, respiratory system, things of this nature. So we're like this inception of systems where there is a system in a system. And we see the same thing in DAOs, right? Like, what are the main components of a DAO? Well, it's the people within it. We already know that people, humans, are their own living systems. If we're talking about what sort of technology you uses, maybe they are information systems, or maybe they are governance systems, they're governance structures. And so, you know, we kind of have this systematic approach that we need to take, and that's really important because systems are very fascinating in a sense that affecting one part of the system can drastically affect other parts of the system. I think one of the most interesting examples of this were the reintroduction to gray wolves into the Yellowstone National Park. For people who don't know the story, wolves were hunted to extinction in as early as the 1920s, and humans decided to reintroduce them to the park because we as humans eradicated them. It wasn't a natural process. So what we did was we reintroduced about 30 wolves back into the park, and what scientists discovered was that there was a higher biodiversity after wolves were introduced than before, which seems to contradict what we would imagine considering these are apex predators, top of the food chain. But what happened was the wolves hunted the elk and deer, and the elk and deer were over-proliferated in the area because they didn't have anything to hunt them. When there was less elk and deer, there was more trees that could grow tall. When there was more trees, there was more birds. When there's more birds, they're spreading the seeds everywhere. When there's more trees, there's more beavers to build dams. When the water table rises, there's more fish, there's more bears, and so on and so forth. So you have this cascading effect that happened just because of one small, relatively simple change in the system that scientists at the time couldn't have foresaw happening. So I think that's really interesting when we think about how these elements all relate to each other. And now I want to give a little anecdotal story about when we're talking about the environment, how we're affected by things that are potentially outside the system. So this is a photo of the Biosphere 2. This was a science experiment conducted, I believe, in the 90s by a team that was interested in learning whether they can build an environment in places of extreme conditions or even in other planets to see if they could produce food and provide life in a sustaining way so that humans could then live in these extreme environments. And one of the things that they learned was trees growing inside of this place did not actually live to maturity. They would fall over and die before they started producing fruit. And they didn't understand why. Does anyone want to take a guess? There wasn't wind. There wasn't a stress on the system that could provide the strength for the wood to be able to grow tall and strong. There wasn't anything pressuring it to make its roots grow wider and longer and stronger. And I think this is really interesting to think about because we're in a bear market. It's actually not such a bad thing. This is a unique opportunity to prove that we are capable of handling stress. We are capable of, kind of bringing the vibrancy of life that is a reaction to what's going on around us. So there's this concept of infinite games. All systems, whether they know it or not, are playing the infinite game. The infinite game was introduced by this author, James Carse, in a book called Finite Games and Infinite Games. And it's a separation of the way we view the things that we're doing in our life and whether we're playing things in a finite way or an infinite way. The main difference between these two being the rule sets and the objectives for playing this game. So finite games are things like sports games, debates, eating competitions, things like that, where you tend to play because there is a winner or you want to win, and there is a defined rule set for how you go about playing this game. And it's usually agreed upon ahead of time before the competitors agree to play. Infinite games, on the other hand, may not even have rule sets. There might be natural laws that kind of govern the thing, but there's no referee to blow the whistle on whether something was legal or illegal. And the idea is we should be playing these games to just continue playing them, right? Like, in a good conversation, you want as many people playing as possible to make the conversation as enjoyable for as many people as possible, and to potentially keep playing until you're blue in the face and you can't talk anymore. So things that are infinite games are things like conversations, evolution, and life. I am playing an infinite game trying to solve the problem of my left foot and my discomfort so that I can continue playing the infinite game of life into old age and be happy and vibrant and healthy while doing it. Whether you guys realize it or not, you're all here because we're all cooperating in the infinite game of Web3 and building the future of human organization, right? So, you know, props to you guys for coming out to this, but, you know, that's what we're all here doing. So, you know, the question might be, okay, we're playing an infinite game, so like, what do we do? What's the strategy? How do we go about doing it? I have some insights. I have two that I want to share based on, you know, my progress through this infinite game thus far. The first being understanding historical context. So if you look at the structure of the human body, it's actually a result of how we've used it to function over hundreds of thousands of years, if not millennia. We are primarily walkers, runners, and throwers. And why is that? Because we've done those things over and over and over repeatedly for very long periods of times. We have literally shaped our bodies to be this way by repeatedly doing it over and over. And it's what we are incredibly efficient at. So very often, you know, if people are going back to the gym or they're trying to figure out how to get healthy, one of the things that I've learned is that you need to orient yourself around these functions that are very innate to what we do. A baby doesn't go straight from crawling to running. It needs to go through the walking phase. So what does this mean for organizations? Well, what we might be able to say is, and this is kind of a cliche as a developer, but like, don't decentralize from day one. And that may be very true. We need to understand the historical context that organizations exist in, right? Like, we come from very centralized systems where you're heavily dependent on those in the decision-making sphere to be able to do things that you know, think are correct or empower you to be able to act in certain ways. And we want to get to this utopic future of decentralized autonomous organizations. But we can't skip those steps. We need to understand that we need to move through this middle ground of, you know, getting from point A to point B. And it's important that we acknowledge that. And if we want to build the organizations in the same way that we've built our bodies, we need to have repeatable patterns that we do over and over that are productive and useful for building the future that we want to build. So we might not be able to jump to decentralized right away, but we might be able to slowly start to decentralize decision-making or communication channels or things like that. So that's step one for me. Step two is the concept that we should be focusing on software before hardware. And this idea I've taken from, you know, working on my body for a very long period of time. And it's the idea that behavior change is much less metabolically expensive than hardware change. So it is possible to change your body. It is possible to move your bones. It is possible to change your form. But really the only way you can do that is by changing the simple patterns. Simple patterns change muscle density, which then pulls on your bones in different ways, which then creates a new system. And so this is a law that was developed by a German anatomist, where the idea is bones can actually remodel themselves over a period of time based on the load that is applied to it. So if you see people who are, you know, mainly sedentary compared to runners or football players, they will have different structures based on how they use their body. Our hip bones might not all be the same. And so it's really fascinating to think about how you might be able to move yourself into the type of form that you want. If you view tennis players, if you take a look at the bones inside of their tennis playing arm, it's thicker than in the bone in their non-tennis playing arm. And that's because the shock waves of repeatedly hitting a tennis ball make it stronger and more dense. And I could say this with a certain degree of assuredness because this is actually a difference in my footprint from 1 year. It's taken a lot of time, it's taken a ton of effort, it's taken repeated activity, it's taken behavior change in order to get there. It's actually quite funny because I didn't know that they would be having real grass on the stage here. But one of my simple behavior changes was wearing less shoes. I needed to develop the strength in my feet to be able to provide an arch for myself. And through testing, I'm now able to see that it's something that I'm capable of doing. I'm getting closer. So if we're talking about software versus hardware, I co-founded a company with a couple friends called Mochi. And the idea is we want to help provide the software to build a better hardware for your DAO or for your remote team. And we work off of these first principles that we cannot build a better DAO without better contributors. Big changes happen because of small, consistent, repeatable action over and over. Goals are achieved by building habits around them and continuously doing them. Members should reflect on their progress. Working in public benefits both the contributor and the DAO, and we have an emphasis on playing as a team. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And members should finally be accountable to themselves and to others. So if this sounds like something that interests you, come talk to me. I'm wearing a Mochi shirt. I'll be around all day. Big hair. Hopefully you can find me. If not, check out our website, mochi.world, to learn more about our system, our game, and come find and chat with us. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to come to this talk, or even all of you online streaming. Tomorrow I'm hosting a workshop with Frothy and Kernel, and it's centered around how we make the member experience better in DAOs. So if this is something you want to actively work on and you want to join our design workshop, we'd be happy to have you. And at this point, I want to wish you nothing but the best in the infinite game of life. All the best.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DAOs and Coordination Culture. Wanted to introduce to you Joshua Lapidus from Opolis and many other amazing DAO projects. Come on up. Give him a hand.
Thank you. Hello. It is incredibly bright up here, but I'm really enjoying the grass. Has everybody been saying this? Yes. Okay. It's a good feature. I appreciate it. I'm Joshua, the executive steward for partnerships and ecosystem at Opolis. I'm also a steward of ETH Denver, and we founded an NFT project called Rainbow Rolls, and then also the Buffcorn Biddle Brigade through ETH Denver. A little bit that I'll talk about. I'm also a little bit jet lagged, so I apologize if I lose stream of thought. Just, I don't know, ask a question or something if I seem to trail off. The topic is gamification of boring things, and when I was putting the slides together, it's mostly talking about the boring things and a little bit about how we gamify those at a macro level. So when we think of gamification, there's the micro of gamification. For example, like I carry around a little NFC card that I got from POAP, and I hand these out to people who come up and say hello as like a little gamification, like nice to meet you. You can do the Telegram thing where you introduce yourself, you take a little selfie together, and you say hello. But people don't generally like go to your links. And on my POAP, there's a link to my lens that has all of the different links that, my Telegram, my Calendly, all these different things. And it's an extra step. It's a little bit of a gamification. But what I want to talk about more is the macro of gamification, which is how do we design entire ecosystems, economies, tokenomics to align incentives around the things that we're trying to accomplish. So first, I have to dive into the boring things, so if you bear with me a little bit. Opolis is a member-owned digital employment cooperative. We started in 2017, pivoted to this product in 2020, which is focused on the solopreneur, the independent worker. And if you look at the trend lines for W-2 employment versus 1099 employment, by 2028, there should be about 90 million freelancers. This trend started with, actually before this chart, back in the 80s, 90s, companies started gutting pensions, which I know this is a US-centric thing, but if a company is not going to provide you substantial retirement, you have no sort of loyalty to them long term, right? And in the DAO space, which I assume, how many of you guys work for a DAO? Oh, that's a lot of hands. Nice. There isn't really a pension. You're all independents. There's not traditional payroll. These are trends that we're developing in Web3, but we're being accompanied by the Great Resignation, where people are leaving these big companies and going off on their own. You guys are all DAOists. I don't need to go deep into this. DAOs are growing a lot, very fast. So what is Opolis at its core? And it's the ability for an individual to be self-sovereign in their employment. So the traditional employment stack, you work for a very large company, and they draw you in with, we're going to give you nice healthcare, we're going to match your 401k benefits. Europeans, I imagine, is a substantial pension as a draw, like come work and stay here. But as these evaporate, and as you get let go from a job, you then have to find another source for these benefits. In the US, we have something called COBRA, which allows you to access your previous employment benefits, but at a substantial increase in cost because there's no subsidy. So we like to talk about Emily. She was one of our earlier members. A real person, not a real name. Freelancer for 6 years. Now has 4 different streams of income from different DAOs, was a software developer at a traditional company in California. when you leave your W-2, which is a job where I realize that I'm giving a US-centric presentation in Europe, and so I'm going to try to explain things that I wouldn't normally explain. W-2 employment is where the employer removes, they withhold taxes and pay the government on your behalf. 1099 is where they just give you all of the cash, and then you're responsible for figuring it out on your own. So Emily had a hell of a ride trying to figure out all of these things on her own, was paying multiple different people, had different softwares, none of it's really coordinated, and all of the time that an independent spends focusing on being compliant with the law is time that they are not spending doing what they love or being productive for the DAO that they're contributing to, and this is it's a huge pain in the ass. So along comes Opolis, and what we do, and not just for Emily, but all the DAOs that she's contributing to, we've created this employment wrapper by which the DAO is able to, instead of employing an American via a subsidiary, just giving the stablecoins, ETH, whatever, native tokens, and allowing us to handle the compliance work in the back end, which results in one platform, so you're not having to go through like 3 or 4 different softwares, a better insurance plan, and not having to negotiate, like, am I going to put in enough hours with one DAO to be able to qualify for benefits, but being able to own that employment herself. A few more slides of boring, I promise, we'll get there. This is the premium, like medical, dental, vision. There's customizable PTO and holiday, of a couple different insurances, none of which DAOs are in the business of setting up, and they shouldn't be, because, like, raise your hand if you're in a DAO that's focused on employment law. No hands went up. It's not a thing that you, like tax structures, payroll, withholding, it's really boring shit. That's one of the things that we're here to talk about. Here's another slide. We can get past it. Payroll, compliance, employment risk. And that's why employment is the killer app. So we talk about all these people that are coming into DAOs, but it's actually really small in the global scope of people who are working on things. And we talk about mass adoption of crypto, but like how many times today or yesterday or in the past few days have you actually spent your crypto on a thing at a vendor? Again, no hands went up. A lot of people are being paid in crypto, and then they have to pay their bills in fiat. And so one of the things that we do is this crypto payroll, where you get paid natively in DAI or ETH or whatever, and we're able to process it into cash so that you don't have to go through a centralized exchange. But the other thing that we're seeing is an increasing number of like regular-ass people, real estate agents, lawyers, doctors, who will run their fiat payroll through us, but they'll take a portion of their paycheck in crypto, and that is how we get to mass adoption. When people actually just start, regular people just start taking it and holding it, and eventually the other companies will catch up to the point where we're able to use like a POS. What does all this mean for Emily specifically? She can use this for proof of personhood, proof of income, proof of insurance, proof of employment, proof of invoice, and like proof of a skill. And all this can be represented through NFTs that we're developing and launching for our members to be able to improve this stack, and it contributes to reputation. What are things that some of the things on this list can be used for? Mortgage applications? Yeah, housing. That's a really big one. And we've had upwards of 20 members use just the proof of employment and the proof of income to be able to secure car loans, mortgages, rental applications. It was actually more difficult for me to rent when I first started working in Web3 than it was to buy a house, because they didn't particularly like that my income was like in magic internet money from magic internet companies. And when I joined the Commons, one pay stub, that's all it took, and I was able to get my mortgage. So how does it work for Emily? So let's say Emily works for Doing Good. She's paid in DAI. She sets up an employment wrapper for herself. This is Buffcorn LLC. I don't know, are you guys familiar with Buffcorns? Yeah. All right. Yes. Buffcorns is the Buffalo and Unicorn. So Buffcorn LLC, this is her employment vehicle that all of her different streams of income are going to be funneling into. She's going to get an invoice from the Commons in DAI, and then we're going to process it, pay all the premiums for the benefits that she's elected, and the taxes, and then we're going to give her a biweekly paycheck. And then she's going to take those pay stubs, and she's going to be able to live in the real world. The NFT component that's being developed is one, you can use the NFT, you can use the DAO revenue that you're earning to mint a proof of employment, proof of insurance, and then these work referrals, which I'm about to get into, will be represented as an NFT from these various different DAOs that she's participating in. And as on-chain reputation systems and credit score systems get developed, there's not really a stack for proving all of these things and one centralized location. And that's somewhat by design, but makes it very difficult to enhance trust throughout the metaverse. So here we get to the game design. So what we've done with our token, the work token, is we only mint new work when the commons grows. And our metric is PCPV, which is the payroll commons payroll volume. So this is how much money is run in payroll on a bi-weekly basis. Technically semi-monthly, we do twice a month. And so let's say Emily's making $100,000 a year, or that's what she's invoicing. That's probably going to translate to somewhere between 33,000 and 75,000 work tokens. That comes out of this first bucket, the 30% of work that are minted. When we grow by 10%, 5 million work are minted. And I'm going to use myself as the personal example. As an employee member for about 2 years, I've probably earned like 600,000 work. But for making referrals, I probably earned about 2.5 million work. And I continue to dilute myself because I am incentivized by this game to continue to dilute my own voting power. Because if we don't grow, no new tokens get minted. And this inflationary model has, one, incentivized people who are early to join and maintain and continue to process payroll and continue to make referrals. Because if they stop making referrals, the system stops entirely. We don't grow to be a global public utility infrastructure for employment. We're not able to take down the Web2 systems that created the subjugatory thing structure that we're all kind of stuck in with the before slides. Are there any questions about this before I know it's not really a Q&A type thing, but I'm a Q&A type presenter. I don't like just talking. No? Okay. Everyone understands this? You're going to get quizzed afterward. So how does it work? What's the gamification part? So Emily over here she's earning her work referrals. Every time she's running her payroll, she's earning a little bit of work. But the DAO that referred her, and then let's say is doing good in this case, is also earning work. So if she, for a paycheck, earns 3,000 work, doing good is also earning 3,000 work. And this is the incentive. This is the gamification. What we've done is we've encouraged people to run their payroll through the system. We've encouraged DAOs to onboard their contributors. And then we've also encouraged them to recruit other DAOs to continue to support this ecosystem. Eventually, it'll be a base layer of, and this is where we get into the micro of gamification, where you've got a nice dashboard, and this is like the dopamine hits, where you want to log in, you see how much of your superfluid stream has come in yet. Does anybody else do that? You log in and you watch your superfluid stream? Yes. You guys should, I don't know if you're all familiar with superfluid. It's we use them for streaming the token to investors. But you set up a stream, and then the token is like streamed like per second or per block. I'm not particularly certain on how it works. But let's say you've got a vesting schedule over 4 years. You just watch it tick up, and over time you can claim it as often as you'd like. They're one of the tech partners that we're working with to try to stream payroll. One of the legal blocks right now, blockers to doing streaming payroll, is that, okay, so USDC is a stable coin that a lot of people are paid in, but the Department of Labor, the US Department, most departments of labor, don't consider it to be real currency. There's something called the FLSA, which is the Fair Labor Standard Act, that prevents like farmers from being paid in hamburgers. It's like, yeah, I'll work for your farm, but I don't want to get paid in like food. I want to get paid in real dollars. Same thing with Walmart and being paid in like Walmart coupons. So the Department of Labor basically considers USDC to be hamburgers, and so one of the reasons we can't stream full payroll yet is because the law has not caught up to where the technology is, which is often how things work. But we're really looking forward to this. So there's the two sides of the gamification of the commons. One, this kind of soul-bound token that your reputation is built into. You have all of these different proof of income, proof of invoices, proof of your on-chain reputation, identity, work. And then you also have the work tokens where you're actually being paid to pay yourself. We call this process payroll mining. Okay, so here's my like call to action. This is what we need. We have employee members, we have coalition members, and we have partners. And what we're looking for is more DAOs to join our coalition to support the self-sovereign worker, so that we have a further reach. There's two types of people that I meet when I talk about Opolis. There's one, the I wish I had this, I wish I knew about it. And then the second one is I work for a company and can't use this yet. When we try to no, I don't want to talk about that. Okay, so here's like the medics. So when your DAO joins the coalition, this is a small domino, but eventually it builds up to the employment commons completely replacing traditional employment, like entirely replacing traditional employment. I had some great conversations yesterday about how this would apply to Europe. The adaptation's a little different because Europeans have like socialized healthcare and don't pay thousands of dollars a month just in premiums, not even in care. But we're getting there. Okay, that is the thing. I have 2 minutes. Does anybody want to ask any questions? I know you do. You're itching to ask questions.
Yeah, so what are the biggest hurdles to get something like this in Europe? You mentioned healthcare, but if, for example, people use private healthcare, could that make it easier, or?
Yeah, so what we want to do is be able to take the crypto earnings that you have from throughout the metaverse and process it compliantly and pay the government what they're owed, but also offer benefits that are cheaper than what you can get on the open exchange or in a private marketplace by increasing the group buying power. So I don't know if you guys have something similar to Costco, but when you buy just groceries at a regular store, you're just paying one-on-one, but at Costco you're buying in bulk, you get a discount. So we are doing this. The hurdle is basically a legal hurdle. We need 20 people to like sign up and be like, I want to join, starting the day you go live. for a new country, and that's kind of the only hurdle. And then we hire lawyers, we get the ball rolling on launching. The closest are probably Portugal, Spain, the UK for Europe. We'll probably never be in France. Employment law is a little interesting. I don't want to say never, like a long time though. Okay.
Thanks.
That is my time. I'm 0x Joshua. Thank you for coming to the gamification of boring things.
Hello, hello. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Forest stage here at ETHBarcelona. I wanted to introduce to you Beth McCarthy from Toucan Protocol, which uses carbon credits as a Web3 building block. And the presentation is called Co-Creating Standards and Practices for Regenerative Organizations. Beth McCarthy, come on up.
Hi, so my presentation is referring to co-creating because I was also hoping to have maybe an interactive element if someone would be willing to share also some, some of the stuff that I'll go over how you have also implemented some of these things in your organization. So if there's some time at the end, I would love to have kind of a discussion about that with someone. The first I think the first framing that I was considering with this as we're building out this regenerative finance and public goods kind of community or section of blockchain is we've been asking ourselves, what does it mean to be regenerative? So what does it mean to participate in regenerative economics? What does it mean to have regenerative culture? And especially in this volatile and chaotic time with the recession and the crypto bear market and these kind of interlocking volatility factors. What does it mean to be regenerative in a way that we can be not pulled under by some of these forces, but create resilient organizations? So the way that we are thinking about this is a regenerative organization is not just a singular entity, but a healthy system, functioning within the org itself. So whether it's a DAO or a more traditional project, all of us are existing in this greater ecosystem where we are interfacing with regulators, where we're interfacing with market forces, where we are part of this greater internet culture, and in order to be conducting ourselves in a way that is truly regenerative instead of extractive, then I think this feedback loop is a useful way of thinking about it. So the factors sustainable, ethical, and iterative informing one another. So what I mean by sustainable, an org that's resilient and anti-fragile. Obviously, we're throwing these words around a lot, but a useful framing is adapting to volatile changes in a way that is not continually reactive and responsive, but optimizing for shifting stability. So, knowing that these cycles are going to happen, now I've been in crypto or Web3 as we're thinking of it now, for 4 years. There's been multiple bear market cycles with those, the layoffs and then the excitement that starts happening again, growing super fast, scaling in a really frothy way, and then suddenly having to condense again. And if we are, designing our economic structures and also designing our cultural practices in a way that is accounting for those cycles and thinking of it, as seasons or cycles of building and cycles of times that our team will shrink and grow as part of a healthy ecosystem, that's a way that we can, instead of, having, these continual death states, instead thriving in chaos and looking forward to the next part of the cycle and accounting for it in our hiring practices, in our product roadmaps, and also in the way that we conduct ourselves with the greater ecosystem, whether that's for token launches, whether that's for partnerships, and also how that accounts for interfacing with the larger world that we're operating in. An important part of framing that, when we're thinking about these product roadmaps, when we're thinking about these financial cycles, is understanding within the project or within the DAO or within, these kind of cells that emerge in the greater ecosystem, what does a state of abundance actually look like for us? Does it mean being able to pay contributors? Oh no. whether it means being able to pay contributors over time in a sustainable way, whether that means thinking about things like, do we want to have an in-house group of devs that might, lose context and like have a large amount of attrition as these cycles happen, or do we want to work with like groups like Developer DAO that are also adapting along with us, and how can we think about what abundance looks like when we're in these bull cycles where there's so much money for exciting grant programs and art initiatives and the creativity and sense of excitement that leads to, starting on some of these projects that then end up like petering off into nowhere. How can we see what factors are part of the state of abundance and continue adapting for that for long-term growth over short-term gains? And a really critical part of creating that kind of sustainability is to be thinking in an iterative way in terms of self-renewal. So, understanding like what is the current state that we are existing in terms of, not just what developers are building, but also the wider ecosystem players that we are interfacing with, all of the folks who are creating content, all of the folks that are, interfacing with this like greater world of regulators and lawmakers that allows our industry to continue existing. And again, with thinking in kind of these seasons and cycles, what does it mean to continuously be reborn into these different phases? I think a lot of times it was interesting, emerging from Corona last year, for example, people referring to kind of the old days of a few years ago when, the industry was operating in a different way, and like identifying what these, what these different points are and how they impact the decisions that we're making collectively through, acknowledgement and celebration of seasons and cycles, and thinking about things like when we emerge from this bear market, what do we want to have built? What solid foundation do we want to create so that we don't lose sight of, the inevitable, factors that will happen next time. So, whether that means replicating, breaking apart, coalescing, and I think it's been really interesting to see as many projects decentralize and optimize for decentralization, thinking about what does it actually mean to, to continue having a certain identity as it continually renews. And a huge important part of this is at least for those of us in the regenerative and public good space, thinking how are we operating in an ethical way? So, how do we explicitly define our core values and understanding of what that means, whether that's optimizing for diversity, whether that's taking into account factors like environmental friendliness or like climate consciousness, and also when we are having to move from a state of abundance to a more constrained time period, what are the minimum viable values that we are still putting into place? Like, what are the underlying reasons that it's so important to account for diversity and to define exactly what diversity means for us so that we are able to retain those folks, if that's what's really important. So a huge part of that, a brutally honest self-appraisal of what is actually happening in our current state, like why is that happening, and how are the, some things that we're, talking about and spouting, how does that actually translate to lived experience? A critical one being like, I'm up here representing a climate positive company, but, flew here and I'm flying all over the place, and just really having a critical self-examination, fractalizing out from the individual through the ecosystem about what that actually means, and then how do we actually take those policies and practices and encode them into the infrastructure of how we're operating, whether that's for more traditional approaches such as trying to have percentages of different diverse groups of people that are hired, to something more specific such as our project, our organization is committed to being carbon neutral, and what does that actually mean in practice, and how is that different when we're in a state of abundance than when we're having to constrain resources. Assessing all of this is, it requires looking across multiple dimensions, from cultural to technical, ecological, and economic, as they're interfacing with each other. I think a really crucial thing to keep in mind is establishing standards and practices to foster regeneration won't constrain or be prescriptive if those policies are made by looking deep into how the organization is inherently operating and kind of the emergent properties that already happen, such as, if it's an organization that is trying to bring in a lot of people to, create content or do what is considered soft skills roles, are there policies in place for hiring, for pay, for ensuring stability that make that a desirable place to work for people that are performing those services? And if that's not happening, saying, what is it about our organization that is conducting itself in that way? Maybe we should reconfigure what we're actually trying to optimize for, so that the standards and practices we're putting into place accurately reflect what we are trying to do together. So ways of thinking through that can be by looking at states, such as thinking about at the beginning or middle and end of a product roadmap, each of those is existing in a different state of the organization. What are the contours of that state? Who are the actors? What are the constraining factors around it? What is the transition between those different states look like, and why and when does that happen, and to what degree is it correlated with cycles of investment or cycles that are occurring in the greater financial markets, to understand what it means to move from one to another. Similarly, patterns and anti-patterns that are happening. Is there a lot of attrition of a certain kind of worker, and what is happening there? This is something that I think we're seeing a lot as projects decentralize from being more traditional companies to being DAOs, and often end up losing a lot of talent and regaining a lot of talent with kind of different characteristics. Is it people that are more open to being flexible with contracts? Is it people that are more incentivized by working in a more risky environment that also lends itself to greater exploration, and just not placing a value judgment, but instead just observing what these patterns are, and similarly, observing failure modes, both within your org and within peer orgs, to try to understand what's going on. So some ways to start thinking in the system thinking way about your org that I find to be useful. So one is thinking in terms of budgets, not just financial budget, but also budgets in terms of different kinds of resources. You're all familiar with technical debt, and also this idea that we've been exploring at Toucan of cultural debt. So, what are the roadblocks? What are the places that, cultural elements and ways of working together can be pushed to an extreme in terms of people's patience, in terms of people's personal growth, and this also extends to climate budgets. So something that we are thinking about a lot in terms of how we engage with these different events is, what is the carbon budget of everyone in an organization meeting together, and how does that intersect with the cultural budget of the need to connect with each other. So I think considering these interlocking factors of, need to connect, need to operate within certain financial parameters, operate within certain climate parameters, and, that extends across all of those different elements, the technical abilities that are possible as well. And what I mean by abundance delta is what I was referring to before of identifying what would a state of abundance be And how are we different from that right now? And also, how are we currently in a state of abundance and kind of recognizing what factors are going really well? Like, we are lucky at Toucan to have a really incredible group of people that really enjoy working together and feel very cohesive, and that is super lucky. That is an abundant state that is not always true. And so being aware of that and being like, what are our success metrics right now so we can continue that? Another kind of much more effective and like qualitative way of thinking about this is engaging in participatory world building. So a plug for the workshop that I'm doing with some folks tomorrow, kind of delving more into this through the lens of games such as live action role playing, or more traditional like war games or simulation games such as tokenomics games like Le Grand Jeu that can be plugged into simulation programs. And, I would consider both of those to be part of like working together to think about, what world are we creating, on a larger scale, but also just on the smaller scale of, the world that everyone is working at the organization together inhabits, and, very intentionally thinking through what are the archetypes, what are the, that we're inhabiting, what are the stories that we are telling together. And similarly, I know, it always is made fun of, and I understand why, but this concept of design thinking I do think is really useful to bring in here, because that involves thinking about archetypes, thinking about, pathways of incentives, and obviously as we're all operating in this tokenomics realm, then it's super important to draw on understanding what people's incentives and motivations are, and bringing some of this UX design methodology into, thinking about our organizations in an interior way. And, this was where I can keep rambling about some examples, but I would also like to hear from anybody who, if you would want to share. So. If anyone would be down, I guess not. And so I guess, just going back into one example that I think is really strong here is thinking about like some experience that I've had in the past, and some that I'm observing in the space of people that are working on collective projects that are grounded in a physical environment, and understanding the fact that there's very specific constraints there. Unless you own a building or own some land, then you're always at risk of losing this. So how do you optimize for a future state of stability there by creating different types of land stewardship agreements, like our friends at the Traditional Dream Factory, I think, are having a really interesting way of thinking about stewardship, in terms of knowing that it's often a failure mode to have people be constantly tied to, working in a collective space and maintaining it and doing some of this pastoral work. So building that, frequent mode of attrition into their framework as a way of creating resilience. Also, drawing on when I was working at this place, Starfish, which maybe I met some of you guys at in San Francisco, a hacker space, that the difficulty is always getting people to actually maintain a physical space. And so, creating incentives for being more deeply involved in an organization beyond just co-working. Anyways, there's many examples. So yeah, that is all for me, except for a call to get involved in Toucan if you're interested. So we have this NFT competition coming up that we will have more details about soon, accepting written, visual, and multimedia NFTs. So yeah, check our Twitter for more info about that soon. And yes.
welcome back to the Forest stage at ETHBarcelona. I wanted to introduce to you Bilal Saqib from Tayaba Foundation. Come on up.
Hi, everyone. Raise your hand if you've ever traveled for more than 20 minutes to bring water for your daily use. Okay, one. Let's imagine that we wake up in the morning and instead of reaching out to our phone or the coffee machine as the first thing, we are asked to go out. We are asked to go out and walk for 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers, so that we can bring water that will enable us to survive for that day, that will enable us and our family to drink water, to clean, to cook. I think for me at least, until I've not been able to go into these areas, it was extremely hard for me to imagine how difficult this is. But this is reality for millions of people around the world. Around 1 out of 10 people lack access to safe water around the world. And for this water crisis, especially women and children, they pay the heaviest and the highest price when it comes to water crisis because they are involved with these water fetching activity. By 2025, 2/3 of the world's population may be facing water shortages, and that is not far at all. That's just around the corner. When we talk about specifically South Asia or Africa, when it comes to water collection, it is mostly women and children. This task is bestowed upon them, and it is their sole responsibility. And they have to go out in the morning and travel 3 to 4 kilometers, and then just before sunset as well, so they are able to provide water for their family. And research and data shows that when women go out with these wooden and mud clay pots on top of their heads, this carries up to 12 to 13 liters of water. It's heavy, and this causes a lot of health problems. Data has shown that women get raped. Young children, young girls cannot go to school because they are involved, and this is a mandatory task for them. Where we come in is we try to change this with our H2O wheel, which helps carry up to 40 liters of water. It's a wheel essentially. It's an easy drag on, so women don't have to go twice a day and bring water in these pots. This wheel carries up to 40 liters of water. It's an easy drag on. It is made out of food gradable plastic, which is also recyclable. Our third-party impact assessment has shown that this has caused, or this has provided several benefits, economic benefits, because of the time that has been saved, where women had to go every single day to fetch water. Now they don't, because this carries up to 40 liters of water. It has positively impacted towards the health, because it's just an easy drag-on. It's like instead of us carrying our luggage at the airport on top of our head, we just roll it, and it doesn't really, it's not taking a toll on our health. Another thing that this has done is this has redefined sort of gender roles, or it has made water fetching more gender neutral, where now men also get involved with water fetching activity, because these pots have always been seen as a kitchen item, something very feminine, where men would not want to get involved. And since we are a small organization where I think innovation and looking at new things is in the very fabric of what we do. We took a dive into the NFTs, and we wanted to explore, and we became the first ever charity in Pakistan to have raised funds using NFTs. How did we do this? I think when you combine NFTs, art and storytelling, it becomes extremely powerful. So we were able to launch a separate NFT for each of the benefits that are shown by this wheel. So we were able to talk about the economic opportunities that are provided because of this wheel, gender equality, what I've spoken about, how is this improving the quality of health, and when it comes to water accessibility, how school children are being able to go to school more often because they don't have to go and fetch water every single morning. So NFTs have been a real game changer for us because it has led to a lot of high engagement, given us a lot of awareness, it has given us a lot of exposure to new people outside traditional fundraising. It has helped us tell every single story in the form of an NFT. Our first collection was more inclined towards narrative building and being able to tell people in Pakistan what NFTs are. What our vision with NFTs is that we want to use NFTs to be able to kind of give more impact information to donors, because that is extremely important for social enterprises and NGOs to be able to be more transparent. We've started an exclusive podcast, again, to nurture these communities of the NFT holders and to be able to provide real-time tracking information, which I'll share with you in the next slides. So using our second collection of NFTs, we are able to give real-time updates on the NFT donations, which people give us. We are also able to show who are the people that are being benefited from these NFT, from these donations. This is a detailed impact report which shows that, again, these wheels are going where, who are these wheels given to, what are the impact areas, and individually the lives that are being transformed. Because as soon as you give this wheel to a woman or a family, their life changes immediately because it saves them X number of hours. This is how, again, the portal looks like, where they can exactly see what are the number of wheels that are distributed, when was the last distribution made, and what areas have been impacted. So again, NFTs been able to give us a network of donors, a network of community that was not available before. It has definitely enabled us to bring like-minded people together. In terms of, again, donors, volunteers who've been able to give us access into different partnerships and essentially become our ambassadors of the cause. And again, nurturing this like-minded community has been able to look into other innovative ways where we could help these water-deprived communities with some other social innovation ideas, because women in these areas are artisans, and being able to kind of provide them with capital so they can create some pieces of art which we can then create a reciprocity and give something back to our donors. So this is a quick takeaway of how we believe that NFTs help in the social good arena, because they do help nurture a community. Again, when you donate, whether it's funds or your time, you are getting something in return. So that has been missing in traditional fundraising, where you were really able to create this reciprocal approach, increase opportunities. With the use of blockchain, of course, more trust and transparency on where your resources are going, and with the secondary marketplace, of course, another new revenue stream for social enterprises in terms of royalties. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Test. Test. Hi, everyone. We're going to be taking a little bit of a break, and we'll be returning with a panel at 25 minutes after the hour. So if you needed to take a break and stretch, feel free to do that and come on back 25 after the hour. Okay, thank you so much, and welcome. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first stage at ETHBarcelona. We're going to have a panel right now aligning economic incentives to be regenerative by design. And our panelists are Alejandra Borda from 50 Years, Eman Soliman from CrowdMuse, and Will Rowe from Protein. So I want to bring our barefoot panelists up. This is actually grass here. If you guys want to feel the grass there, come on up. Welcome. Give them a hand. Thank you.
You want to go in the middle?
Yeah, sure. Oh, wow, this is very zen.
All right. It feels good. It's real.
Well, thank you for coming. Well, I'm Alejandra, Iman, and Will, and thank you guys for joining as well. And I think, as just a context on like the panel, I think the main idea that we wanted to explore is that we always talk about like refi, regenerative finance, or even like whenever it comes to philanthropy or like bottom lines or ESG, it's like some businesses have like their own negative externalities, and then they have a subset of their profits going towards like philanthropic causes or different doing good services, and then but those like subset of like profits going there are just like a small percentage of the multiple orders of magnitude externalities that they usually create in the world. And we have like the solutions of like, oh, B Corps, ESG, impact-driven companies, impact entrepreneurship. And now we want to explore like one step further towards there instead of just like trying to make up for bad externalities, or instead of trying to make as most positive impact as possible. How do we actually reach regenerative businesses that are actually like improving the earth, improving our living economies, and doing so in a way that are in alignment with new economic thinking, with the like health of the people, of the environment, of aligning actually economic incentives towards that is not driven by growth or production, etc., but rather how do we kind of like engineer the design system or the game in which we play that so that companies or projects or people can be like regenerative from the get-go. That's why it's like regenerative by design. And I wanted to first start, I have two like amazing projects. Many of you might not know them because, or maybe yes, because they're, I know CrowdMuse just launched their mirror post on like what their approach is today. And Protein, yes. And Protein has been at it for a few months or years, I'm not sure.
In between, yeah, just about a year, yeah.
So I wanted to, let you guys introduce a little bit of like, what are you guys involved in? What is Protein? What is CrowdMuse? And let's start there.
Cool. Hey guys, I'm Will. I'm not Gus. Gus sends his apologies. I'm founder of Protein. Really excited to be here. Thanks for the invite, Ale. We are an impact DAO. We've been running just over a year now. Very much looking at what we call good growth. So it's rethinking how we make decisions ultimately. The analogy we use is a sort of a Web3 B Corp. So it's sort of bringing a lot of that thinking and frameworks and standards into a Web3 world. And through that, hopefully also improving it. And eventually, like Holy Grail is definitely getting to sort of a regenerative place. So yeah, that's us.
Great, yeah, Iman, I'm working with CrowdMuse. I guess quick background, because it's a really hard thing to explain, but I'm a systems engineer. I started off in energy and climate tech, and we were looking at kind of optimizing supply chains around energy and plastics. And then I realized those were the most boring supply chains. And so with the team, we've kind of been looking at some of the more product-facing, consumer-facing products that we can kind of create co-ownership models around and really bring the product creation process on-chain. Really making sure that everyone that has contributed to that value chain, whether it's a supplier, a designer, someone that's actually producing it, or a community of people producing it, make sure that those, the value and the ownership of those products are kind of replenished back into the system. So that's really the background, and I think what I'm most excited about this conversation is really breaking it down when we say regen. What does it mean? We really need to redesign a lot of these systems so that instead of just kind of taking a Web2, Web3 spin on things, see how do we redesign the incentive systems that kind of share value, distribute value, and understand where value creation really happens to make sure that there's not organizations that try to extract that value, actually use those value-generating nodes to replenish the rest of the system. So excited to be here.
Cool, thank you. And on that note, what would you guys define as a regenerative business or a regenerative funding model?
I mean, simply, it's sort of something that gives back more than it takes. Yeah, I think on a fundamental level, and this is a challenge in any system that's already out there. And we were chatting earlier about the existing models, the existing worlds, the existing businesses, organizations, and ultimately it's also a human question. We're the problem as part of this, right? If we really want to create change, it's up to us as individuals to sort of be that change. But yes, to answer your question, it's something that gives back more than it takes.
What would you say?
That's a good one. So regenerative systems or also the financial part, just to see which
regenerative systems or a regenerative business model, like how would you describe that?
Yeah, I really like the definition you gave. I kind of view things as systems, and in a system there's something that goes in and something that comes out. And so regenerative means whatever comes out replenishes what needs to go in. And in our typical structures right now, usually what happens is there are, let's say, actors in the middlemen that kind of use their privilege or ownership of a certain system to try to extract more value from it than they put in. So I think what we need to try to design together is a way to spot what types of systems are essential for solving the problems that we face across climate change, poverty, homelessness, and try to redesign those systems so they're more regenerative, both in how the value is created and how that value is distributed.
Yeah, I vibe with that because it's like, usually right now how our model operates is mostly just production, growth, consumption, and then, for example, I always use the analogy of the Peru, Costa Rica. I'm from Peru, and you would eat one papaya, for example, in Costa Rica, and you will be super nourished and not be hungry at all in the entire day. But then you come here, or to the States or to anywhere else, and it's the fast agriculture that is just producing a lot. And you have a lot of ingredients, massive amount of quantity, but your body is not nourished. So how could we enable for us to kind of assign value to that which actually improves and enhances the human experience, just our human experience on Earth and with each other, and then assign value to that and optimize for kind of those outcomes to be able to assign monetary value to those eventually that right now are kind of not within the system. Yeah, I want one of the main questions there as well is how do we assign monetary value to those things that are right now very abstract and very not included in our financial models of economy, growth, production, etc.
It's a good question.
Great question.
I mean, it's incredibly subjective. Theory of value is very much a personal viewpoint. If you want to value a bottle of water for someone who's really thirsty, who's not. But ultimately, I think it's looking at that bigger picture of, as I said, those drivers and really what is creating that demand, what is creating that need of consumption. And we've looked a lot at stepping back from before we get to regenerative, growth. And we launched our DAO around this mission about redefining growth, and why we call it good growth. It's post-growth, degrowth, all the variations of growth, because that's ultimately what's driving this change, right? So I think if we can really understand even just the language,
hence your first question of like what this is and isn't and how we understand it. That's really going to help shape and define, how we even perceive value. So I'm not sure I answered your question, but it's the ultimate question in terms of how we understand this challenge, for sure.
Yeah, because one of the things you can do with Web3 kind of thing is like you can create the tools or the mechanisms for communities, and we can deploy tools for any community around the world. That's why I can like decentralization to input their values and their like preferences on what they want to grow. And sometimes it's the thought of, is it enough to just like give more power to the edges for them to decide like what is more important for their community with connection to whatever they believe on, versus also trying to create these like design systems and railroads and games in which actually people are steered or encouraged, like nudge a little bit more towards those like regenerative actions by design.
Yeah, no, agreed. I don't know if you got any thoughts.
Yeah, I think maybe just starting at the definition of value, there's many different ways that we think of it. One is the, let's say, market, how the market values certain things. There's other things like how we price products, but also just like the value that communities create that are not necessarily measurable. So yeah, just a random tangent, but I think the way that we value our, let's say, older generations, the people that can't bring tangible value to this world, is very clear that the way we live our lives, we need to make a lot of money so that when we become a bit less valuable, we have enough to kind of sustain ourselves. And I think even that system, which is a little bit more, let's say, social and less technical, I think there's an important part of both understanding how we're identifying value, and I think Gitcoin does that well by assigning all the different types of value. The other side is, do you actually want to create currency that measures that value, or do you want to distribute that value directly to the people? So I think money, if you see it as like an energy storage device, the same way that a battery stores energy from solar, and you kind of store it in a battery and then use it when you need it, money kind of looks in the same way. So you make money, you put it into some kind of currency or gold, and then you can use it later. So maybe money actually, or the way that we look at value, doesn't necessarily need to be translated to a certificate or a currency. We can actually reconstruct the systems that flow value to the people that contribute and create it.
In a decentralized way.
In a decentralized way. That's the dream.
Wait, I wanted to double click on that one. I think you mentioned before as well, like earlier, how we could have two different ways, or many ways, but mainly we mentioned two ways of value flows, and how like information, impact, outcomes flow between each other. One could be like the ever-flowing impact or ever-flowing actions that then get like attribution by other actors, and then the other one was more of a kind of like milestone or stepwise function of like, oh, I did this impact, this outcome, I have an impact NFT or impact certificate about the action that I made, and like very stepwise function. Could you like double click on how you see those?
Yeah, so I think as we mentioned, let's give an example so it's a little bit more defined, but everyone talks about CO2 credits, and just a quick byline of how that works. Hopefully I get it right. If I don't, someone catch me later and update my knowledge.
Someone from Toucan here, I'm sure.
Yeah, we gotta, but at its base theory, not looking at the actual technical side of it, it's someone creating a certificate and saying there was some kind of CO2 saved. So for the like tonnage in terms of value, and then over a year, which is kind of the duration that that CO2 is stored, that in itself can create a certificate. The other ways of doing that is saying that as the CO2 is concerned, or if there's an energy product that doesn't have, for example, that footprint, you actually share in the value of that product in a way. So I think both systems work. There's a certification system, and then there's like a tradable system that doesn't necessarily need to be stored. That's one side. But the step-ladder approach that you mentioned, do you mean more of like the transition that we're talking about before we go full decentralized, or something more around how the value is distributed?
Yeah, I was talking about collaborative IPs and collaborative business models versus impact certificates out of specific actions.
I see. Yeah, so on the same topic that we're talking about, so the way that we look at products, at least on the CrowdView side, it's any product that's sold, whether it's a piece of clothing or energy for your home or actually getting access to kind of a living space. These are all products that have a chain of activities that may have some kind of footprint associated with it. So the way that we're trying to kind of establish a non-skeuomorphic example of this, it's saying that as you create a product that has some kind of value in terms of both utility and some kind of offset, can you link that to the technologies, the IP that was able to create that product?
And the people themselves.
And the people. And so when someone buys that energy, if we can create co-ownership models around buying products that are using the best technologies, that have the best footprint, the decision-making behind which product to buy to have the lowest footprint actually becomes incentivized because you want to own the technology that is producing the most sustainable product. So I think we can start linking a lot of these things that have in the past been in silos because organizations wanted to kind of create a business model out of that small section. What we're able to do is create a decentralized map of actors that can bridge the sale of a product to the IP that was developed to create that product at the lowest impact.
Yeah, it's great. We had Jesse Baker on the podcast from Provenance. It's similar but different, but very much Web2 focused supply chain in terms of just understanding impact, understanding consumption, you know, at every point trying to, understand, its value. It's hard though, right?
It is.
There's a lot of steps there.
There's the measurement side, there's the actual contribution and who created the value. And these can all play out in different ways. So it's not about whether it's an impact certificate or shared IP. It's actually how do you create new incentive loops that have never existed. So both creating certificates of value and product ownership. And I think the market or the network of contributors that care about the outcome will evolve into the solution that we end up with.
Yeah, just referencing Jesse's comment around blockchain, and actually they launched 2014, which is early in blockchain years, and that was a key part of the pitch. But more recently, it's very much behind the scenes pitch, right? It's the plumbing rather than the actual story. And then I think, again, it comes back to just a consumer behavior of just whether people, do people care? I hope they care, but there's a lot of people who don't. And how much of this story or how much of the solution is in the technology or how much of the solution is just, shifting mindsets of just, this is how we need to be thinking. But the fact that we're here talking about it and the fact that I think on the general, maybe we should do a Google Trends search on regenerative as a word. But, it's definitely becoming much more common in, conversation. Or I don't know how many projects here are working on impact or regenerative projects, but actually we can ask. How many people are working on impact or regenerative projects? Sweet. The future. Yeah.
No, yeah, but I think that aspect is really top of mind for me always.
Yeah.
That blend between changing mindsets, re-inspiring imagination capacity of people to actually create new systems, create new change, or even just aligning with their own selves and what they're doing, what they're eating, how they're experiencing, the internal shifts that will naturally transition towards the positive actions. Kind of as you mentioned, the internal development goals, and tackling the individual or the collective at a consciousness or idealism level versus meeting people where they're at in a sense of awareness or incentive, internal incentive towards engineering those actions by design. I know I don't know if you guys are doing trying to tackle both at the same time, or are you focusing on one or the other?
We're looking very much, as I said, around human behavior and really trying to understand, what are those decisions that, why someone buys something, ultimately, right? If we can shift and educate and this isn't just us, by the way, right? There's a lot of people doing this, but I think on our own area of this, and that is where standards do help, right? And they're definitely not the answer. But if it is an indicator that this represents a set of values, which B Corp or 1% of the planet or fair trade, for example, right? It's saying that this product has been certified or verified against a certain set of values, right? In terms of where it's supply chain, whether it's sourced, how it's scored, whatever it is. And that helps you make decisions as a consumer. But equally, that isn't the answer, right? It just is part of the story. And certainly from our point of view, that's where the technology can help. And as you know from supply chains, it's like, if you can prove, like, irrefutably where whatever the product is come from, that's huge. Scan those pair of shoes, whatever it is. But ultimately, it's coming back to that, I'm just repeating myself, that shift in mindset of just consumers understanding the importance of this, right? Fundamentally. And yes, we can build the technology to enable it, but we need to create that understanding the demand of actually this is where we're going and this is what we need to change. So that's very much where we're at in terms of this. And it's a crude analogy, but as a Web3 B Corp, and no disrespect to B Corp, right? We are a B Corp, our agency's a B Corp, I'm a B leader, I preach it, but actually we know a lot about it, but it's not perfect, and there's a lot that can be, actually relatively easily improved with Web3 in terms of transparency and decentralization and ultimately ownership, right? What we're putting out, or when we finish building it, will be as a public good, right? It's not ours, it's not us to charge a fee for based on your annual turnover, which is the B Corp model. It's something that we put out as a public good that other people can build on. It's just a different mindset, I guess. That's sort of how we're approaching it.
And I do love that approach because what ends up being is the information that's shared with people that are making decisions around which products to buy. And so far we've had, let's say, centralized actors saying this is our label, so you can trust us. Well, I think the direction where this is going, and even the discussions we have outside of panels, it is exciting to see that there are going to be a lot of decentralized labels based on the projects that these, let's say, DAOs have been building, and almost like a reputation system. There is going to be this, let's say, ranking of which standards seem to be implemented the most based on, let's say, the ease of measurement, the simplicity of understanding where the footprint and how it was kind of measured and how it relates to other, let's say, footprint technology measurements. So on CO2 side, it's more MRV, so having sensors that actually read the CO2 or NOx emissions, but across every single product that we're making, you do need this reputation system of a bunch of decentralized certification or validation engines, and then the user or the person that's actually buying those products will end up choosing based on all of that information. So it is at the end trying to support that decision to make sure that it's the easiest but also the most impactful.
Yeah, for sure.
And on the impact, like B Corps or other type of measurements, like what are some of the things you guys would change on the measurement systems that they use or things they measure?
I mean, how long you got? That's a bit mean.
Like, what would you measure as, like, even if it's right now unmeasurable, like, what would you try to?
I mean, the hardest thing is what we're talking about, right? Is the qualitative. Yeah, anything quant, by definition, is measurable, but it's the qualitative. And we're spending a lot of time looking at, qualitative behaviors that, just as a background, aside of our DAO, we have an agency consulting business, and we do a lot of consumer research. And a key part of that research is human behavior, and helping people understand the difference between what people say and what people do, because it's a big difference, especially in a quantitative capacity. And you fill out surveys, and you've got data, but actually, what people think and what people do It's not massively different, but it's, you know, it's sizably different. So that, to me, isn't really what's currently captured in more of a measurable, or sort of standardized, measurable sort of mechanic of like B Corp. Because if you can start layering in, you know, the considerations for more of a qualitative approach, then, you know, you can actually start really trying to understand where these shifts are coming from, and, you know, as we sort of talk about, you know, help these organizations make better decisions. I mean, that's sort of the big plan in terms of the direction. But then on fundamental, as I've just mentioned, it is transparency, right? It is decentralization. It is ownership. It's the fundamentals of Web3, of, you know, that currently don't exist within a B Corp construction. And also, and it sounds like I'm hating on B Corp, you know, you can technically be a gun runner, or actually a tobacco company, and also be a B Corp certified and hit your 80 points, right? There isn't, I mean, they frown upon it, but it's just a way of scoring like how you operate as a company, not actually what you do as a company. And I think that's a kind of a big question, and short of getting into what is the role of standards with the big guys, Denon's a B Corp, right? Evian, all of those, you know, products. And, yeah, they put a lot of plastic into the world. And is that good or bad? You know, it's bad. But what is the role of, like, general certification if it can help them be less bad, right? Yeah, it's a big conversation. Yeah, it's a big discussion. And, you know, because they are, and they're supporting a lot of businesses and a lot of companies and a lot of, you know, people in terms of their staff. But ultimately, they're only going to change until, you know, the actual consumer behavior starts changing and people stop buying Evian.
And what would you say, any of you, like, to get a little bit practical, like, what would you say what are the Web3 primitives or tooling that you have seen that could enable some mechanism design change from, like, the actual base layer?
I think the ones that I'm looking into at the moment and I'm most excited by, on one side, it's obviously the reputation systems, identity systems, because it's so early and there's many great examples. I think Disco is thinking as more of like a data backpack, which has kind of a decentralized identity, and you can have different things, NFTs representing identities, and then you can have different types of reputations. So I could see that easily working for the transparency angle that you mentioned as well. And then things around superfluid or any type of streaming of value over time to a collective of people. Obviously, Coordinate, which kind of does contribution value style things. So we're looking across a few of these primitives. And from a CrowdMuse point of view, the thing that we're most excited about is the primitive that enables open source business model creation. So creating smart contracts that have all the interactions required to be able to create a real product and be able to on-chain measure everyone's contribution and have an open resource for people to kind of fork a business model and replicate that with their own suppliers or their own designers. And as soon as that we have that unlock, and there's going to be many other primitives that create more interesting bundles of innovation using 1 or 3 primitives, we're going to have just so many different ways of creating and distributing value and measuring it to make sure that we can track who gets what and grow together.
Yeah. I think like that approach of like puzzle piecing all the different Lego pieces within Web3 or within like the money system and like the collaboration system, I think is super powerful, including like the like giving attribution to the different contributions that people made. For example, at 50 years, like we support a lot of founders, like mainly deep tech entrepreneurs, and like they need the financing early for like developing these biotech, hardware, climate technologies. But then we also have all of these other non-venture scalable businesses that we also want to see through in the world and support, which is why I'm mostly involved in like also the impact certificate, retroactive funding, and other Lego pieces that could support all of these projects or companies to come into reality. I think like one of the biggest pieces that is lacking in that impact certificates realm is that layer of like identity and contribution. Like who actually did this impact, and like all the actors and the supply chain across, like from IP to actual output. So definitely like a lot there to discover.
Yeah, but coming back to the carbon offsetting models, it's, you know, it's also, if you've got that level, and I completely agree, right? It's incredibly early and it's all Lego blocks at the moment, and we're all working out which order to put them in. But if you can, you know, you fast forward, hopefully not too distant future, and it gets to a point where you can, on a personal level, be offsetting your carbon, your impact, you know, with the real world transactions. I mean, you know, I guess sort of the potential is there, right? And it's just now up to us and maybe some of these projects out here, you know, to actually make that, you know, make that a reality. So I don't know, I'm hopeful.
And do you think, and also, I don't know if there's a mic down on the back, but we're open to any questions if anyone has one. Yeah, and I was going to challenge if buying back carbon out of your normal purchases makes you a regenerative person or business just by buying it back.
Wait, say that again?
If you're like operating as normal as a human being and buying like anything else, being able to offset the carbon of whatever purchase you did, is that count as regenerative?
No. No, not
Okay,
in a
perfect.
true sense. It's net rather than positive. But, you know, it's a first step, right? If someone who has been, yeah, if that's their first step, it's, I don't know, it's like the first step to becoming a vegan is a vegetarian, right? So I think regenerative is the holy grail, but equally, I think we need to be realistic that we're not all going to get there. So it's like, how can we help? And, you know, this is a mass, you know, challenge of a, you know, of a generation to be sort of changing how they consume. Luckily, the younger generations are already plugged into it, that, you know, we can help them on this journey rather than say, right, they can only go here, right? You know, it's got to be steps, ladders, whatever the analogy is, for sure.
I know you had a question.
Yeah, do I need a microphone? Or
I think people.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Cheers. You might disagree with the context for this, but if I look at the geopolitical. Cheers. So if I look at the geopolitical situation, I would see the future as a resource-constrained environment, if you will, for a number of reasons. And I'm wondering how you see the regenerative proposition moving forward in a future that is resource-constrained, potentially due to warfare. And the second, if I may just throw this one out, I saw a regenerative video on YouTube about helping the Amazon to regenerate itself. You talked about plastics before, so that's something that can't regenerate on its own. But silicon, if I remember, Wired had put out an article that sand was becoming less and less globally, and that's the basis for silicon. Wondering how you would take the theories you're talking about and applying it to the supply chain in the context of sand for the digital economy of the future. Either response to either of those would be appreciated.
I'll give a stab. Yeah, looking ahead, let's just say up until 2030, the word abundance is kind of thrown around in Web3, but the reality is there's going to be so many constraints as we move in, and especially when there's, let's say, nations that are just breaking the chasm of actually receiving energy access. There's also arguments saying, is it fair to actually ask people to leapfrog and not be able to, let's say, take energy or any other kind of product to be able to actually grow as a nation just because everyone else had that advantage earlier before we kind of realized we're making a lot of negative externalities. So I think in an ideal world, we would look at all of our resources, again, as a system. What are all our resources? Where does it need to go? And build a system that has the least value leakage or value extraction possible. And that's, again, that's not possible because there's already people in place extracting that value in a way. So I think
the fastest way to do this is to create kind of like a collective ownership of our supply chains. Again, I'm shilling supply chains all day if anyone wants to learn more, but I think that's what it is finding our supply chains, making sure they're co-owned so that it's not third-party actors making decisions around where the value is distributed and how that value is used. It's the people that need those products and basically all of our basic needs like food, shelter, energy, clothing, community. So yeah, that'd be the plan. In a real world, I think the idea is to try to incentivize all the parties that are part of those supply chains to actually kind of create this collective ownership model and make sure that everyone feels like they're winning.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that, I mean, you mentioned it's community, right? And cooperatives, and these models are old models, right? Cooperatives in terms of a legal status, certainly in the UK where I'm from. Yeah, it's just, again, I talk about mindsets, right? It's just a new way of thinking. And it's not a new way of thinking, but it's a new way for us as a generation to think. Because if you go back to war or global supply, it's not relatively that long ago that we came out of a world war and rationing and all of the implications that enforced. And let's hope we don't go there again. But if we need to, we will do. And I hope, again, it's coming from both ends, right? For us as a human race to sort of change how we consume, but then equally, hopefully, some of the technology to actually help, make these systems better, for sure. Sand, I don't know anything about, sorry.
And I hope that by doing the collective ownership, maybe in some shape or form, we're actually tackling a little bit that tragedy of the commons, because now if we all collectively own the river, it's like, oh, if I dump into there, it's actually also affecting me, rather than like this separation from like I'm in Europe and I don't see the Amazon, so I don't really have like any impact on there, like in like very fast like feedback loop. Any other questions?
Hi, Jeremy from Refi DAO. I'm really interested in the aspect of the impact certificate and where in subjective matters of what is good, what is bad, how you can leverage the crowd in that sense, or the people, the communities, those on the ground, the multi-stakeholders within the systems that you're creating.
What was the question?
So like we've been talking about the qualitative aspect, which is obviously in the immutability of it, what we're going to be embedded into the blockchain. But then there are other aspects that are more subjective, like if something is good or bad, right? And what kind of impact it's having. And how are you going to be measuring that? How are you going to be integrating that? And is it something that you can leverage the communities and the multi-stakeholders in those systems? And have you thought about that?
Yeah, I mean, that is all we're doing. We haven't got the answer yet, full disclaimer, but those are the questions we ask. And in our Discord, we've got a channel, which Gus actually runs, called Tough Questions. And these are the tough questions that we need to really resolve. But as I said earlier, that there's enough data out there to help create a standard, but ultimately it needs to have that subjective, qualitative layer to humanize it. And it's hugely subjective, because what I might think is good might be completely different to what you think is good. And that's really what we're trying to build. It's hard to explain, but it's kind of more than a standard, right? It's a way of thinking, right? It's a way to help you understand what good is within the context of your environment or socioeconomics or situation, for you to think about how you consume differently. Underneath that, obviously, there is a base layer of a standard that is immeasurable, but ultimately it is that qualitative piece on top that it personalizes it, makes it relevant to the individual. We haven't got there yet. Working on it.
What comes to mind for me is like previously I heard a lot about like, oh, markets are gonna kind of drive the impact and like what is valuable for most because people are gonna fund it and like buy these certificates. People who care about it will buy what they care about seeing true in the world. But also that leads to like, okay, what if it's communities that don't really have like much financing? Then we come to pieces like quadratic voting, quadratic funding, where people just like contribute their preferences and signal their preferences on just like tiny donations. And then one final thing I would say, this is sounding, that says like,
yeah,
what,
we got 20 seconds left.
Yeah. I was not running against the time. But what I was saying is that I think two pieces are very powerful on like decentralizing the decision making, both to experts that know about the field, but also taking into account the communities themselves. So like you can decentralize it to experts that know the most about soil health in their communities, but if those are experts that are not, say we're dealing with like an indigenous community or something, if those experts are not tied to the cultural landscape of those people, then they're gonna override some things that might be very valuable for them that the community is actually more aware of. So I would say that like blending those two instead of one or the other like might be one of the like cool concepts to explore as we decentralize power to the edges.
It's a great way to end it.
That was great.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Forest stage here at ETHBarcelona. It is my pleasure to introduce to you right now a presentation called Fix the Money, Fix Our World, from Juan from MakerDAO. Come on up, give him a hand.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining. It's really good being here. Today I want to speak about money, which is a bit of a taboo sometimes when we're talking about importance, but I'll try to make the case of why it's actually really, really important. And I'm going to start with a very, very short introduction about me. So currently I'm the core unit facilitator at MakerDAO SES, which is Sustainable Ecosystem Scaling. And my job pretty much is being the link between governance, which is all the community and the MKR holders, that's our governance token, and the Sustainable Ecosystem Scaling team. So that's what my job and what we're trying to do. And the mission of SES is to be able to scale Maker. So we try to help the workforce and the capital to join together. I'll join, or I'll come back to that later. My journey to DAO is a bit probably like anyone else joining from the Web2 or Web1. I did a lot of consulting. Finally, I went to startups and scale-ups, and then when I discovered the Web3 world, I just got hooked. So let's start with a very important message. We're burning our world down. This is very, very important. Everything's going really bad, and we only have one planet. Actually, we don't need to save the planet, we need to save our planet. And yeah, the planet has been there for billions of years. It will be there billions of years after we're gone. So as a species, we need to do something fast. Actually, sorry, I've heard that as a species we block or we freeze whenever there's something negative or a very negative message. So let's start again with a positive slide and some hopeful memes. I think we can all make it. So the issue is how do we do that, right? So I want to talk about two very, very important tools that we have as a species. One of them is the power of narratives, and the other one is money. The first one is much more present than we actually think. Narratives are everywhere. That's what, as a tribe, made us create stories, then that developed into religion, even capitalism or, I don't know, socialism, communism, whatever, that's also a narrative and shared beliefs. Then you have even football, so teams, I want this team to win the World Cup, let's go, that's another example. Separatism, and you can go even as small as a family, right? So you all share narratives, we all do, and that's one of the important tools we have as human beings to survive, pretty much. The vision of your DAO, that also falls there, by the way. And the other thing that's quite important is money. This is extremely, extremely important because what it allows to do is to hyper-specialize. So we have this fungible token, which used to be, I don't know, whatever, gold or whatever the coin of the king was, and now it's digital money. And the fungibility is very important because it can tell us where to focus our energies to actually provide value to everyone else. So that's quite a tool, and as I was saying, it allows for hyper-specialization. So someone can become a pilot while the other one is building the aerodynamics, while the third person is focusing on the chips and the microprocessors of the airplane, right? So as human beings, you almost rely on the other person doing their job, and you can do your own job, and that's what allows us to be this great of a species. So let's move on, and let's talk more specifics about money. So which one should we accept? Euros, dollars, pounds? There's a lot of currencies out there. And probably the answer depends on where we're living. So we take the local currency, and some people will be like, pay me whatever, I take every currency, I don't mind. But that's actually really, really important. And this is why. I'm not going to go very much into detail because this is a very complex topic, but every single fiat unit that's out there, it's based on debt. And this is extremely, extremely important because what happens is that the debt is financing things that we might or might not agree with. So basically, we are, by accepting dollars, by accepting euros, we are accepting a debt or the financiation of a project that we might not agree with. Some examples, pharma, military, oil, the meat industry. So every government out there is subsidizing these huge industries. And we personally, as individuals, might not agree with this. But by accepting dollars, accepting euros, we are actually financing this huge project. So that's a way of having a very, very big impact. So yeah, what I'm advocating for is that we should have the choice to at least be able to say, okay, I want to finance these projects, I do not want to finance this, just by living, by taking currency, by paying groceries and whatnot. So yeah, money that aligns to your values, and again, whatever they are, right? You can be like some hardcore vegan, or you can be fighting for refugees. Whatever those projects are, you should be able to allow the money to work for you. So a bit of project financing and how would these things work. So any good company, and that's just for example, would have assets, invoices, future cash flows, even reputation, and you could mint. In this case, I put DAI because maker, but you could mint any type of currency, or you can give them a loan, for example, so that they can finance whatever project aligns with your values. So in this example, I put coffee farms, microloans, sustainable farming, education programs, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think we have a lack of projects out there. It's more finding the capital to the right cost. And we as individuals have the power to do that. So how are we planning to do it on Maker? And this is very, very new, and not everyone in Maker agrees with this. So maybe I should have started with that disclaimer that I do not represent Maker, but only my own core unit. So we're trying to build this MetaDAO system in which Maker becomes a bit of a credit facility at the center. I'm a bit oversimplifying it, but that's a bit of the vision. And then we spin out different MetaDAOs with different value propositions that can appeal to different people. So anyone that wants to start, for example, a MetaDAO in Latin America to help coffee farmers, they could create their own MetaDAO that would manage the risk, and they would be powered by Maker with their own costs, their own vision, and then they would share revenues with Maker. So Maker will be the engine that's powering all these MetaDAOs that are actually changing the world and having an impact on the world. So that's a bit of the vision. It's creating the demand and matching it with the supply. So the demand is us, right? Every single person in this world could say, I want DAI instead of euros, I want DAI instead of dollars. And then this would finance projects to create, or to finance their own projects that align with our own values. Potentially, we could have several different types of DAIs, one per each MetaDAO, so that's another thing that could be worked on. But yeah, the sky's the limit, and that's what we're working towards. So as I was saying in the beginning, it's all coordination. Any single project out there is work, which is the values, the vision, what you're trying to accomplish, is a workforce, which is us, the people working for it, and it's the capitals. And this is very important because that's the incentives that it's going to keep the project being sustainable and actually achieving something at scale. And capital doesn't need to be money. It could be just the incentives of, I don't know, getting a free ticket to a party, for example, belonging to a society. It can be anything, but it's the coordination part. And for this coordination, we need the governance part. That's extremely important. So yeah, it's all governance design at the end, and we need to design for these things. So before leaving, there are three things that I wanted to keep in mind when designing governance. One of them is open software. So this is a bit obvious, maybe, at least for developers. Open software gets more eyeballs, gets less bugs, becomes more resilient. The community owns it, so it's much more powerful in the long run. Then the second thing, which is very important, is the open frameworks. So instead of discussing who's taking care of what, you're discussing on how to tackle things in a methodical way. So we usually say change the rules, not the rulers. So it's very important setting the rules in a way that almost anyone can run it. And once you have the rules set up, people can criticize the rules and the process instead of the person running it, which is much less, almost more trustful, or trustless, let's say. And the last one is redundancy first. And this has actually two things. So one of them is make your system resilient. This should be obvious, but ideally you work towards the whole system to find single points of failure, and you try to make them redundant, having failback systems, getting different groups to work on the same things. So that's that's how you build a resilient system. And the second one, which I think it's also important, is that I think that every DAO should try, or every person working for a DAO should try to make their own work redundant. So maybe setting up the incentives so that anyone that actually wants to create or to make their work redundant, they can get, for example, some type of bonus. That way, everyone would have this vision towards automating their own work and actually making the protocol safer and more stable, because at the end of the day, it's software that's running on its own instead of having to trust people, having to trust knowledge transfer, etc. So with that in mind, I wish you everyone happy government design. And if you have any questions, we have 8 more minutes. Yes, I don't know if there's a mic to hand, or also we can just chill for 8 minutes. It's also cool.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you elaborate on the first part of your presentation and on the title a bit? Because how do you, are those parallel currencies that live alongside the national currencies? Like, how do you, can you elaborate on that a bit more? Like, if I want to do this financing for these projects, why does it have to have its own currency, basically? Why can't I get the DAO and finance it with euros or Brazilian pesos, whatever?
Right. I think I'm going to get a bit philosophical here, so bear with me. But what we achieved with the French Revolution is separating the church from the state. And I believe that at the end of the day, what crypto is doing is separating the capital from the state. So they could run as parallel currencies, to answer your question, in the same way as dollars run parallel to euros. But eventually, as a species, we are assigning value to either dollars or DAI or USDC or Ether. So what you're doing when you assign value to these things is you're choosing them as a medium of exchange. I was born in Argentina, so I know a thing or two about hyperinflation. But when the people stop believing in the currency, that's mainly when the value of the currency goes down. So potentially, when you choose a currency that's only backed by projects that you support, you're directly, you don't even need to donate. You're directly contributing to these projects because you're lowering pretty much. So you're creating demand. So then it's easier to create the supply at a lower interest rate. I don't want to go too much into the details, but by choosing dollars or euros, you're saying, I agree with all the spending of the European Central Bank or of the American government. When you choose a currency that's backed by projects that do things that you agree with, you're backing these projects in a very direct way. So that's a bit the power of money as a coordination tool. I think I see a hand. Throw the mic.
Hello. Oh, thank you for a great talk. Oh, here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you for a great talk, Juan. So my question is, it's about the governance design. I think right now MakerDAO is having this kind of governance crisis, right, between core units to make this hard decision. Mm-hmm. And I think, there's one presentation, proposal that is, proposed by Haas, which is like making this council model implemented to this, flat structure, right? Yeah. So I'm just curious about, what's your thoughts on this? Creating this council model in the Maker, governance structure. Yeah.
So I think that so decentralization, I don't think it's binary. I think it's more of a spectrum, and you have very centralized projects and then very decentralized projects. Some of them have no human intervention, for better and worse. So I think almost all projects start in a very centralized way, and most of them, they would say, we want to become decentralized in the long term. So a council might make sense for a lot of projects where fast decisions are needed, or if you're still looking for product market fit, that might also be a reason. If you have a lot of dissent, that might be another reason. So I think that's the main reason why they are proposing it. From a purist decentralization point of view, that might include a lot of risks in or a single point of failure, right? Like if the council fails, I believe that it would be extremely expensive to change it, because you need to rally everyone, convince them that they are not doing a good job. So I think that it might jeopardize the decentralization part of Maker. But then again, that might not be a bad thing, right? Like you could choose, this is going to be decentralized, or to be centralized until we achieve this, and then we're going to decentralize that single point of failure in this or that way, so that's also fine. I think there was one more question. 2 more questions, nice.
Hey, how do you see DAI usage being affected by central banks' digital currencies? I mean, compared to the ease of usage that digital currencies will have and will bring to the masses, what narratives should MakerDAO and crypto communities should bring into the table in order to make DAI competitive? And I mean, what usage do you see for it?
Right. So in going back to Business 101, we have product and distribution channels. Maybe a reason why Tether or USDC or even the Binance stable coin is in some regions more popular than DAI is because they have a much larger distribution channels. The extreme of that is a government imposing, hey, I'm collecting taxes in whatever the currency is, so you need to acquire that money to pay the taxes, so they are forcing you to do that. Funnily enough, this is a bit of a sidetrack, but that's the way you create a market, right? You pretty much have an army, you give them your coins, and then you request taxes from the other side, so you start, that's how you kickstart the economy. So how do I see it? I think that, and again, this goes back to my talk. I think that as users, we need to be more conscious about the money that we choose. So more focused on the product, and not just take whatever the distribution channels are feeding us. If anyone wants to, same thing when you go to the supermarket and you choose a brand over the other. So it's all conscious decisions that we need to have. But ideally, we start by having the choice. I agree with you that it needs to be much easier, right? Like you cannot expect someone to know like private seed phrases and know how dApps work. So there's still a very long road to go, but hopefully we'll make it there. I feel I'm getting a Santan here.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I have a small question. Honestly speaking, I was a bit confused by the beginning of the talk. You said that supporting dollars, euros, etc. is supporting governments that issue them, and I agree on this. However, What do you think about, I don't know, stable coins? For example, DAI. DAI is tied to dollar. Doesn't this mean that using DAI, I support dollar with all the consequences?
I have 20 seconds to answer, so I'll do my best. So right now, DAI is pegged to the dollar because dollar is the most unit used in the world, but it would take 24 hours to change that to anything, like a currency of baskets, gold, ether. We can peg it to whatever we want. So in a way, it is supporting it, but in another way, it's just a number that people understand. Like people know everywhere where a Big Mac costs in dollars. In the currency or baskets currency, less so. So, but yeah, I agree with you that there's a bit of a paradox there. All right, thank you, everyone.
Loose. Loose. Okay, just loose. Okay.
You're going to start.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Simmer down, everyone. Take your seats, please. Thank you so much for joining us on the Forest stage here at ETHBarcelona. We have a panel for your enjoyment. This panel is Regen Mentalities. It's a panel on impact in real life. And the folks from our panel are Lauren Luce from Give ETH, John Ambruser from Ethic Hub, James Beck from MetaMask and Consensus, and it's moderated by Mark SAM. So please come and join us. Okay, thank you. And look at that, we're all barefoot.
All right. Good afternoon. Last talk of the day, so we'll make sure it's really engaging and looking forward to sharing the wonderful insights of this panel. We've got an amazing group of folks here, but just to sort of set a bit of a context, so the conversation will really be exploring mentalities, regenerative mentalities, roadblocks to achieving those mentalities and the importance of getting there. And then really shifting the conversation to IRL, right? Why are we all here? Not only the mentalities within sort of the engagements that we're in, but also how do those mentalities and how does the IRL impact cascade downwards as well, and really sort of reaching the communities that aren't necessarily represented in these spaces. So by that said, my name is Marcus, and I will hand it off to the panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Lauren Luce. I've been in this space for about 1.5 years, and I work with Giveth. Giveth, if you don't know what it is, it's a donation platform. It's a crypto donation platform, but our fundamental vision is to ultimately change the way the public goods sector works, change the way that public goods are being funded, and empower nonprofits to eventually become their own DAOs. And we think that this is going to be, like, I mean, I think that this is really going to change the way that the world works, because I think if we provide abundant public goods and the people who are providing abundant public goods are properly funded, then we can experience so much abundance in society that everybody can access. So anyway, that's Giveth. And I'm Lauren. I didn't say really anything about myself, but I'm really excited to be here. I'm in the Giveth ecosystem. I'm also a little bit of a hippie. I'm a big yoga nut and nutrition, health nut. I mean, those are the ways I describe myself. But I'll pass it off to you, Joey.
Hi, so this is Jori. I'm half Mexican, half Spanish. And that's why I am working in creating a bridge between these two worlds, which is ETHBARcelona, which is a lending protocol where you can lend DAI for now to farmers and earn 8% stable yield, or buy our token, the ethics, stake on their behalf, so they have collateral and other people lend them money. And you have tried our coffee here. All the coffee provided to this event is from our smallholder farmers. We are working for now in Mexico, Brazil, Honduras. And I am from 2016, 17, already in ETHBARcelona, focused in the intersection crypto impact, which at the beginning was super hard because in crypto, people didn't really engage with the concept of impact, and in impact space, the traditional money thought that crypto was a scam and a Ponzi or whatever, no? So we had a lot of trouble to engage in both worlds. So what about you, James?
Thank you, Jori. My name is James Beck. I work for Consensus, which some people think of as that conference CoinDesk puts on, but actually we're a company that's been around since the beginning of Ethereum and have a number of products, MetaMask being the most well-known. I guess my interest in, well, first of all, thanks for letting us all speak English in Barcelona. It feels kind of like a privilege. I live in New York, and I speak Chinese, but don't speak Spanish or Catalan. So, but I remember a year ago, I wrote about different projects in the Web3 space that were either approaching, carbon capture technology, different Web3 reforestation projects. And it's pretty mind-blowing to think that given the makeup of different speakers and even attendees at this conference, how many people are actually now working on projects that have real-world impacts. So this is a pretty exciting topic to dive into, and we're gonna, I guess, even unpack some of these ideas of regen, degen, and are they fully in opposition.
Awesome, awesome, thank you. Yeah, so we've got an amazing panel here. And so let's start off with that. Let's really start at the sort of first principles level, and I'd love to just for each of you to share a little bit of what is a mentality? What is the relevance and importance of mentalities, and particularly the regen mentality? What is the relevance and the relationship across mentalities across sort of wider society, and then what are we trying to achieve with a regen mentality? So feel free to take it as you see fit.
So to me, mentality can kind of have a pejorative sense. People describe a mentality as a way of boxing you into a way of thinking about something. And so when you talk about degen mentality, certain traits that come to my mind are anonymous, cartoon, Twitter profile picture, one that, is spending a lot of time trading. Crypto itself is just a game, and you win the game, you lose the game, you get rug pulled, you participate in scams, you perpetuate scams, you sort of have a pretty nihilistic worldview. Maybe you're also intersecting with 4chan culture. At the same time, I don't think all degens are that, and there's a certain, there's a playfulness and a lot of DeFi summer, and the reason why even MetaMask has 30 million monthly active users is because this whole Reddit army of disaffected traders who were trading like Wall Street bets, they all started participating in DeFi, and I mean, I'm giving broad brushstrokes to degen. But at the same time, I think in some ways regen is reactionary to degen. Regen is, much more about like non-extractive economics, and it's about, regeneration. It's in the word. And there are ways in which, people can create circular economies that don't necessarily need to extract. I guess you have a different take on regen when we were talking earlier.
So, yeah, I think that's very important that this panel, in regard that we make more committed ourselves to use the technology for good, because at the end, technology is not good or bad. It's the use we made of technology which create a good or bad impact. And the problem with the mentality in crypto is that it just a continuation of the traditional finance mentality, which is basically centered on economic value. And in the economy, we have a lot of different capitals. No? People speak about ETH, but mainly you have environmental, social, and economic capital. And the capitalism we have been living in is only focused on the economical one. And this is what we inherited in the crypto space, and this is what we have to change.
I think the mentality is kind of like a lens. It's like a lens in which you see things. It's a way of thinking about things. And I think that mentalities of individuals are often influenced by a lot of different factors. It's influenced by their cultural upbringing, it's influenced by their education and the things that they get to expose to. And then something that I think is really an interesting opportunity is that mentalities can be dynamic. It's like you can have a mentality that then gets influenced and gets a little bit molded and shifted and transforms into something else. And that's what I really think. I mean, it's interesting to think, like what you were saying, James, about regen being reactive to degen. I think almost in some way it's like reactive, but it can also be considered like complementary, or like regen is like the transformation of degen. It's like a lot of people get attracted into the crypto space because of this, because when it's a bull market, because it's like, oh, crypto's pumping. I've heard about that Bitcoin thing. Man, that number's going up. And so people come into the space as an opportunity, as because they see it as a way to profit and a way to get rewarded, a way to have a good life. But I think that also people, I mean, we could debate this forever, but I think people are intrinsically good. And I think that people can come into the space and, be seeking profit, and profit isn't necessarily a bad thing, and coming in with a degen mentality, but then also transform that. And I think that this is what a lot of the conversations here at ETHBarcelona are about. It's like transforming, the space of Web3 isn't just, we all know that here, but it's like the regen mentality, it can be complementary to the degen mentality and transformative. So it's like you can come into the space seeking profit, but then it's like, what if you could actually seek profit and provide value for people? What if you could actually seek profit by building homeless shelters? Or what if you could actually seek profit by meditating and healing yourself? And I think that this is like such an opportunity that we have in Web3, because we can build all kinds of complex tooling and systems that make this possible, things that you guys I know are also both working on, that we've been talking about before.
I like what you were saying too about, this technology is neutral. It isn't either good or bad, and kind of what you were saying about people even shifting their mentality while being in it. There was one of my favorite writers on technology in general is someone by the name of Mackenzie Wark, and she has this quote, and I'm not going to get it perfect, but it's something like, people are often mistaken in thinking or critiquing technology as if it has some essential properties. So as if Ethereum has these core properties that either make it good or bad. You hear both sides, and definitely in 2021, in my job in communications and thinking about narratives, we have had a lot of reasons for the world and mainstream publications like the New York Times or all these outlets to think, this is actually really fucked up technology, or it's used for gambling, or it's used for money laundering. There's all these narratives that stick, but the technology itself isn't good or bad, it's neutral. And so actually, in fact, all technology is a site for struggle, is what Mackenzie Wark says. And so in some ways, maybe this is a duality that that doesn't even exist, but is interesting for a conversation. But in some ways, Ethereum will be a site of struggle between regenerative economics and economics of the exact, 1980s style Manhattan capitalism and finance. But
yeah, and there's a sort of a few threads there that I'd love to pull and explore, but I think namely the idea, taking this sort of battleground idea, right, is we are, whether you see sort of regen as being a continuation of or a response to or a necessary sort of like equal and opposite force to degen, I'd love to explore what are the roadblocks to further propagating the regen meme into existence, and how can we enhance and ensure, and I'd love to know perhaps on the giveth front, like, I mean, I think you guys are in many ways really not only just ensuring that that meme gets out into the world across like communications, but also the work that you're doing. So what can we do both from a communication style, but as well from an operational perspective and from, a very tangible place to ensure that we are, one, addressing the roadblocks to the battleground that currently sit within the regen space, but what can we do to move past those as well?
Mm-hmm. I think one of the roadblocks that I run into, at least with a lot of people that I'm talking to who are in like the altruism space, is like even just the idea that profit is bad. Like profit is against altruism, or profit is against like doing something good for people. And like I think what's required is actually like a shift in mentality. It's this paradigm shift. It's changing the way that we think about providing value for the collective from being something that requires sacrifice to something that could actually give rewards to everyone. So, I mean, Giveth is really focused on this mission. I mean, right now, public goods are being provided by governments and nonprofits. Governments require taxes in order to create these public goods, and nonprofits require donations. In both cases, somebody's having to sacrifice. People need to give up their income or put a tax on goods and services in order to fund their governments, to provide things like roads, or people need to donate and expect nothing in return because they care about this environmental cause. And like it's an okay system. I mean, we have public goods. It's okay, but it's really not great. And I think that we could have better public goods. We could have like better value being built in society if we actually had it so that these things were profitable for people involved. And so Giveth is a donation platform right now because it's really about meeting people where they're at right now. So it's a donation platform. You can give to a verified project and donate to them in that way. But we want to start shifting this mentality, so we built a system called givebacks. When you donate to a verified project, you actually get give tokens. And 100% of your donation goes to the project, and the people donating get give tokens. So they're actually getting something back for their donation. It's like the first step on this mentality shift. You can actually get something for giving. You can get something for providing value to society, for providing capital to a public good. And then the long term, as I kind of mentioned in my intro, is that we want to basically turn these nonprofits into DAOs, these nonprofits into DAOs with their own token economies, so that instead of having to donate and give away, you could actually invest. You could actually invest in a project. I mean, if you cared about Giveth, you could donate to Giveth, or you could buy the give token, which helps the economy, which helps the entire ecosystem. And then also you become a shareholder in the way that that public good is being provided. So I think that it's like the roadblocks along the way are really this shifting mentality from oh, in order to do good, I must, give of myself and sacrifice. It's even just, I think, a bad personal dynamic of a lot of people just being overgivers, overgiving and never and being oh no, I don't deserve anything back. But actually it's an interesting shift, because when you give, you actually do receive. It's you're giving energy and you're receiving energy back by adding value to things. So I think public goods are such a pure thing. Everybody can benefit from them and everybody can enjoy them. And if we can create systems where you support public goods, and then everybody involved can profit and can experience that, and that becomes something okay, then I really think that we can just start to shift this entire the thought processing.
Yeah, and Jory, from your perspective, I mean, I know you're doing some amazing work, boots on the ground, really bridging, which I find so fascinating. I mean, you got a fresh bag of coffee from Mexico that I have in my backpack right now. which is really cool to think about the impact that Web3 gets to have in the world. And it's no longer, like it's moving so much more past pixels, but actually into the lives of farmers. So what do you at Ethic Hub specifically, and I guess more broadly in the ecosystem, feel you're sort of needing in order to further accelerate the adoption of these types of technologies? Like, what are the sort of key barriers that you're facing right now?
In the farmer side, the problem is the user experience, no? And even some of our farmers don't even know how to read or write. So it's very hard for them to interact with whatever financial system, including crypto for sure. It's very hard for us to interact directly with them. And in this point of history, we have to be one step behind with loan originators onboarded in a trustful, in a theory of game and staking process with auditors, with trusted record, etc. So in regard of the farmers, unfortunately, we are not there for changing their mentalities to join this movement in some way, no? So our value is in the other side in the world in this regard, no? To show the people here that you can lend to these farmers, you can earn this 8%, and we have been doing that for 4 years. It was just done 1% default. This 1% default was 100% compensated because other guys more risk tolerant by ethics stake on behalf of the farmers. So there is basically no risk for the lenders, no? And if you are trying that, maybe as a test, no? At the beginning, people saw this like, I don't believe very much, but okay, I know you, so I put, I don't know, 100 euros or something, no? And then they say it worked, no? So, okay, so maybe I have to put more money, and now they are understanding that they are doing impact and not only earning money, which is the key point, no? That you understand that your money is your superpower. And where you buy things and where you invest is the way you can change the world.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I completely agree with you. And I think that we were just having this conversation earlier. And I think that one of the key things as well is to think about the fundamental, like, drivers of money, right? I mean, a couple of conversations ago, the conversation was going around, well, money is just a storage of energy, right? But like, where is that energy coming from ultimately, and what is that energy going towards? And so the capacity, to be able to support on, say, Ethic Hub, local farmers, and earn a yield on that and generate profit is omni-win, right? Everyone wins, and so I think that is for sure a huge. Just really, really awesome innovation. And I think that models that I think we'll begin to see more and more, and really excited for that. And on the user experience front that Jory was just touching on, with MetaMask, what do you...
New UX coming soon.
Major alpha for ETHBarcelona.
I was talking with a few different people about like the efforts that MetaMask as a product is taking, and first and foremost, there are so many crypto products that are English only, and MetaMask, even for a while before they started integrating with like the app native language functionality, was English only, and that itself is alienating. So we recently have been looking into, you can opt into Metametrics, which lets marketers like myself know just how many users, how many IP addresses are using MetaMask on mobile only. And there's 30 million monthly active users, like a number we like to talk about. But interestingly, of the top 25 countries, the US is #1, Brazil is #2 in terms of monthly active users, Philippines, Vietnam, Nigeria, Turkey. Some of these countries do speak English, but many of them are seeking out their own pathways of information. So even this dichotomy we talked about, regen, degen, that's a dichotomy existing in English language debate on a platform like Twitter, which is mostly used by Europeans and Americans. And so already there's maybe different ideas of what is even happening in Ethereum or Web3 broadly based on information sources. So another thing we're doing, one of my colleagues here is leading this project called a Web3 Perception Survey. I don't know if you're familiar, but Gemini, the crypto exchange, has, they call it the state of crypto. A16Z, the big bad VC, has also done essentially research on people's opinions of crypto, Web3, DAOs, NFTs. All of them are surveying Americans. And so how do you get a sense of what are global perceptions of things like DeFi or even more complex topics like staking and DAOs? You don't really have much data to draw upon. So we actually looked at the top 15 MetaMask countries, and each one of those countries surveyed 1,100, so like N equals 1,100 at least, meaning it's going to be like a 20,000 person survey. And we're now parsing through the data and sort of realizing that a lot of what happens on crypto Twitter or in conferences or in CoinDesk and the crypto publications is a lot of like insider baseball, to use the American term, or we're inhaling our own fumes in some ways. We're only talking to each other, only talking within this ecosystem of maybe 100,000 people. If I'm being generous, 2 million people. And there's all sorts of other people that are still using MetaMask, that are still maybe treating it as an investment, but or maybe have an idea that hasn't yet been explored, but only could be explored through a local context. I think there was one more thing I wanted to respond to. I'm forgetting, or you were saying something about like what is value and money. I think that's like easily one of the reasons why I love working in crypto is, when in history, besides if there's been a few moments in history where people have truly created a new type of non-sovereign money. And it's important because nation-state money was non-sovereign money, but in some ways we have the sovereignty of the central banking system. And I'm not some right-wing Austrian economist believing guy. Like, I think there is an important role that central banks play. It's unfortunately that there's so much centralized power in central bank decisions, and you could say even market swings in the past couple months have been because of rising interest rates, which is a decision from unelected governors, et cetera. We have this now like peer-to-peer non-state money, and what we haven't yet done though is decide what values do we want that money to inhabit. And there's a lot of rich writing on this. One of my favorite books, and I've heard it discussed in some of these crypto conferences, is a book called Sacred Economics, and it was written in 2011. So it was actually like pre-Ethereum. And a lot of it is like very utopian, idealist, but that's why we work in this sector. One of the things they mention is the idea of having money backed by, preserved forests. If we in the future are going to value our, disintegrating Earth, or if we think about how to create a dollar based on carbon capture, not a petrodollar, which is the US dollar, we can actually start imbuing local community values into money. And I think that's like one of the most powerful things. And maybe every project doesn't need a token, but every token could have a value associated with it.
And continuing with what you are saying, I like this Celo. They are collateralizing their stablecoins with carbon credits. So at the end, it's a slogan that I find very powerful. That is, you can change the world changing the stable coin you use, the dollar you use.
If you're spending CELO dollars, not USDC, you're making a political decision potentially. Yeah. Although I would love to hear if anyone knows what the update is on them. I think they had an intention to make 40% of...
Yeah, they are 2% for now, going to 40%.
Cool.
Hey. And I like also, I think Celo is an important ecosystem for all what we are talking about, because they are focused on inclusion, it's mobile first, etc. I think that's an ecosystem that is worth mentioning here.
Yeah, and so from the sort of bottom-up perspective, because I think to your point, right, I think oftentimes a lot of these conversations are happening in siloed spaces, whether it be at conferences or on Twitter. But I guess the question would be, how can we ensure that the information flows, right? Because ultimately, like, the information that enters a system is what informs it to act in certain ways. So in a similar way that the information flows that are coming into, say, like the CELO US dollar being backed by carbon credits, right? Like, that's a political statement to some degree. Where can we begin to tie in sort of more bottom-up information flows, right? And think about sort of the local initiatives that are driving real impact in the world. And how can we encourage more participation in this ecosystem, right? Where does that information flow come in? Because oftentimes, you know, from Guatemala, born and raised there, and I oftentimes see like a lot of top-down, do this with this technology, do this with this technology, do this. And sometimes not even translated in Spanish, right? Which makes absolutely zero sense. So I'm wondering, like, are there initiatives that are wanting to create more integrated, bottom-up ways of looking at the energy streams that are occurring across the space? I don't know if ETHHub does this or Giveth. Curious if that's something at all that you've sort of taken as you go through and design your systems.
Yeah, I think one of the problems with crypto, again, mentality, is that it's very focused on developed economies mentality, no? And not so much in developing ones. And that's, again, a good point for Celo. There was here Celo Connect a couple of months ago. And it's the first time I've seen a lot of people from Africa, from South America, from Southeast Asia, like maybe majority, for the first time in a crypto conference ever. So in some point, they are trying to change this mentality also and include all these new possibilities for these communities.
I think part of the opportunity is like making things easy, making like Web3 things, making stuff we're building in the crypto space accessible and easy for people who are on the ground, who are doing on the ground work. Because I mean, like Giveth is trying to support a lot of nonprofits and a lot of for good projects, a lot of meat-based projects, and a lot of them like don't even understand crypto, don't know how to start a wallet, don't know how to raise funds at all. So it becomes then like a challenge for them to get into the space at all. So it's like what Giveth is trying to do, and I think like also projects like ETHHub or grassroots economics are then becoming like bridges between people who are on the ground doing work and the crypto space. And the way that Giveth is doing that is by making it really easy for people to add and create their projects. It's kind of like seems like a Web2 thing. You can actually create a wallet just by signing in with Google or Twitter or Facebook or any kind of social media, and it creates a Taurus wallet for you. And then you fill out your project profile, and then you can actually start raising funds with your project. And so I think it's like really easy and accessible for anybody who's used a computer to create a project and then start raising funds. And then once they start raising funds, like once people start donating, that's when they actually have that incentive or that interest to go a step further and actually understand, okay, wait, now I have money in here, I have crypto in here, what is this crypto? What do I do with this crypto? And like, how do I put this crypto to work for me? And so I think it's like, I mean, there's the first step of making it very, very easy, and then like the next steps of having like good support teams to people to catch these pieces along the way, like kind of tracking the funnel, like where do they fall off on the funnel? It's like they come in here and then like some people fall out in different stages. So then having people to like catch people along the way and then like build resources to make it more accessible. And I do think also like the, you know, making things like diverse, like making documentation and information, like support information available on different languages is also super valuable. I was thinking about that when you were sharing. And I think a good way of doing it too is like orgs can set up bounties for their documentation. Even if all their documentation is written in English, they could be like, hey, you like this documentation? If you want to translate into Spanish, we'll give you a bounty of X. And actually it's something we're also setting up right now at Giveth. Like we've done a bunch of Spanish translations, and I think we're translating into Turkey, but we want to have more. And then it can also even be like decentralized. You can have like decentralized community support, people who want to be bridges, people who are bilingual, or people who are into the tech space and then also like have friends who have cool projects on the ground, can tell them about, hey, have you heard about this platform to raise funds? And then it's actually really easy. And then just send them the link, they can set it up. So I think we need tech bridges, we need people bridges, and we need opportunities for people to want to get involved more and contribute, kind of like building together in a decentralized way.
I think props to the Ethereum Foundation for keeping DevCon in Bogota. I know there's been like probably behind the scenes questions about Bogota, as a city, and it's like, no, that is awesome. And even just Latin America representing so much of MetaMask's user base, it's like, it's ridiculous to not include those voices. I think there was the first ETH Global Rio event in the spring, and I heard that was, a massive success and a lot of interest. But yeah, like, obviously what I would say is echoing what has been said, so.
And conferences like ETHBarcelona too, like just having things like, there's like Spanish speaking panels and talks and like opportunities for like also then local people who like maybe just like heard a little bit about this to get to know a little bit more about like the Web3 space and like the region movements in the Web3 space.
And I think another important point in this regard is changing mentality to build things not for crypto investors, but for the real world problems.
Yeah.
Because until now, all the money flow, you see all the rounds in the VCs, and it's all about building more financial derivatives, more layer ones, more layer twos, more bridges, but bridges between blockchains, not to the real world. No?
Yeah, and I think that's such a great point. And I was going to say with Ethica, for example, you'd be hard pressed to find 8% yield these days anywhere, right? And so the idea that you're creating those incentives not for large institutional investors, but actually for on-the-ground farmers is just an amazing, amazing feat.
And you've been doing it since 2018, before people really had the concept of staking.
Yeah, before DeFi was a thing, before ReFi was a thing.
I was pretty impressed with Gitcoin grants round 13, I think it was. Just how many refi projects they now created a category, and it's the sort of thing where I'm sure there was even more, but that alone became a platform for exposure. I hadn't heard of a lot of those projects. I think there's now, you're talking about refi as a meme. Like, sure, Kevin Owocki is definitely perpetuating that meme and green pilling people is his term. But like a lot of it too is, there isn't a really easy way to find all this information unless you're spending a lot of time, at a conference like this or talking to people already interested in both, not just Web3, but also regenerative economics. It becomes somewhat of a rarefied space. ETHBarcelona is really, it's like testament to the overlap of the two. But I think there's a few newsletters now that are going out highlighting projects and updates in the space. But I'm saying all that because in the end, the more people that do know about crypto and the more opinions that are made upon initial blush of, reading about ETH or Bitcoin going up in price, or reading about a scam, or reading about like the liquidation of Three Arrows Capital, I'm sure that scared off a lot of Singaporean investors who are like, these were people who, they had Icarus treatment. They got too close to the sun, and look at how over-leveraged they are and what idiots, There's a lot of negative sentiment right now in the industry. And so these conferences are a good example of inviting people to have, one, to experience a different perspective of what crypto can be used for, but also, there are going to be a lot of instances over the next couple of years in potentially a bear market or a bull market or a bear market, doesn't matter, that people will want to know exactly, are people still building in crypto? What is being built? And I think actually it's a time when you really weed out a lot of the cash grabs, the people who created a 10,000 profile picture NFT project in order to, they paid an artist on Fiverr and are just, they're doing an ICO essentially and selling a bunch of art, but it's really, in some ways an unregistered securities sale. and then they run away with the project. You know, we have a metaverse in the roadmap, but they're really just, you know, a lot of them are scams, in my opinion. And if that's the opinion that a lot of good, you know, people who work in the nonprofit space, people who are farmers, if they're only getting these tiny little snippets of information about our space, it really undermines a lot of what we're trying to do. And so, yeah, I'm like getting on my anxieties around the perception of our space, but it's also really, we're still at a nascency that the perceptions are unshaped. And so we as a community need to also be highlighting these regenerative projects and good actors in the space in some ways.
Yeah, and I mean, I think even all of these so-called failures or scams, however you want to see them, I think they're just like iterations of the possibilities that ultimately end up cascading downwards and reach the people and the project and inspire a ton of people. You know, there's a project, yeah, there's just a number of projects that I'm sort of seeing come across the space that we're like, well, this didn't work, but we're gonna integrate this regenerative component into it and improve it, right? And so all of a sudden you've just totally realigned the same way that Giveth is doing, right? It's like, and Ethic Hub, like, we've just realigned the incentive mechanisms. We're utilizing the sort of basic human psychology because that's what a lot of these projects are doing, right? They're like sort of pulling at your heartstrings of either like fear or love, right? And it's just, how can we utilize those same emotional, psychological sort of just heartstrings that we hold and use them for good, you know? And I think that's something that we really should start sort of thinking about is what are the incentive mechanisms? Because that's ultimately what we're doing, right? We're recreating incentive mechanisms, we're recreating value here. So what can we do to sort of begin to further do that? We've got less than 10 minutes left. So if there's anyone in the crowd that wants to ask a question, if we could get a mic. Hey, Jeremy, what's up? I think, yeah, the mic might take a while. So if you want to go ahead and.
Thank you, Marcus and panel. It's a pretty fascinating conversation. One aspect that I think could be touched upon, and maybe you could add to this, is frameworks. Thank you very much. One aspect I would like to ask about is the different types of frameworks that can help people in understanding a regen mentality. And something that we've really enjoyed or found very useful is integrating a Jedi lens into what we're doing at Refi DAO. Jedi being quite catchy because it's justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And I'm going to ask the panel, maybe there are different other types of frameworks that you see in place that can also help in terms of being those guides, those North Stars in a regen mentality.
I think projects like that have really strong mission, vision, values, like that have really strong mission, vision, values that attract people. And like when people come into the DAO or come into the ecosystem, then they all like automatically kind of orient towards that. I love this Jedi mentality. That's such a great concept. And like at Giveth, we have also our values are like decentralization, altruism, and community. And under each of that, there's like a subset of like what that means. And it's like our MVV doc that we share with people, and it's like in hopes of kind of inspiring them. So it's like when anybody kind of comes into the ecosystem, they're like, yeah, sure, this is a donation platform, but it's also a DAO, and it has a specific set of values. And then like getting involved with this DAO, it's like reading and understanding and kind of like becoming a part of this movement, becoming a part of this value system. I think, yeah, I can't think of any like specific like frameworks that make it like very easy, but it does seem kind of like, yeah, you got one. But it does seem like something that like also just kind of pulls people in and like drags them into the same direction with value alignment.
Yeah, so I would start with saying that regeneration is basically providing more value which you extract. No? And so how we can define which is regenerative and which is not. No? So I always try to speak about sustainable development goals because this is the problems in the real world that need to be solved, and there is a lot of consciousness about that and a lot of support from governments, institutions, banks, corporations, and high net worth individuals, etc. So if we onboard that language in what we are doing, and we say, okay, we are contributing value to these 7 SDGs. No, it's much easier for them to understand what what you are doing, and it's not like so esoteric value, no? But there are initiatives to improve SDGs for sure. Prime DAO is working on a benchmark, no, to measure in some regard regeneration. And I know a girl working on the Regenerative Sustainable Development Goals, no? Which is like a second wave of goals that are taking into account what we can build with this technology. No?
I really like that question. I don't have a catchy acronym framework, but one thing I heard, yeah, JEDI is great. One thing I did hear on a panel that I thought is worth reiterating is, especially, there's a whole history of people in a for-profit sector who seek out to help people in, whatever you want to call it, the global south, emerging markets. And there ends up being unintended consequences of their efforts to be altruistic and help. I think there's definitely not enough of an ethic around testing assumptions in our space, and a lot of maybe you call this even Web2 Silicon Valley mentality of move fast and break things, sometimes applies to a lot of crypto projects where, hey, we're going to test in prod, we're going to put out something into the world and see what people do with it. I think there needs to be, especially around, and you hear, there was an identity panel, and Evan McMillan drills this into her head. We need to have an ethic and ethical frameworks that we agree upon, especially when it comes to someone's individual identity, before testing out something that could have massive impact, like a soul-bound token,
Yeah, I think that it is, to the ethical, sort of starting at the ethics level is super crucial when developing frameworks for regenerative mentalities, right?
And my other advice is, yeah, the more you read, the better. There's just history, culture, everything beyond even, it can be so easy to get caught up in thinking about game theoretical models of, a DAO system and whether or not Olympus DAO works for retiring carbon funds through, there's so much to read in crypto, but I often tell people it's read history of companies, read, other cultures, just, read.
Yeah, and on the reading list, I think CJEDI, like climate justice as well, right? I think is a really important part of the conversation, and how are we not only integrating rights of nature, also spoken about a lot too. So I think climate justice and rights of nature are foundational sort of ethics level principles that I would highly recommend adding to the reading list. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left, so any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, so kind of perhaps bad timing for an open-ended question, but how do you see the overlap between the refi region space and the information sphere with the EA and, let's say, GiveWell kind of effective altruism spaces?
And I hear music coming, so maybe just a quick go around here. Yeah. Effective altruism.
Effective altruism in the refi space.
Yeah.
I think there's definitely overlap. I don't know. I think refi is one being used, but Goldman Sachs, when I was doing some research, Goldman Sachs wrote a paper on regenerative economics, and certainly people are going to co-opt the term, but I think there's still enough where it's people in different industries talking to different groups of people. Yeah. I think refi is actually even, again, a reaction to DeFi, but.
Cool. Awesome. Well, with the impending music, I just want to acknowledge the efforts that ETHBarcelona has done to make this an inclusive space by, inviting a ton of impact DAOs to be a part of this project and really taking sustainability measures throughout the event. So also really important to recognize and value that. So with that, thank you all for your time, and a huge round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was nice to meet you too. Okay, everyone. Thanks so much. That concludes our panels and talks for the day. So come back tomorrow. We have a lot more amazing stuff. And yeah, thanks. Remember to stretch and drink some water.